Welcome members, officers, honorary older person and any members of the public viewing at home this evening or in the council meeting here. Please be seated. Just a few housekeeping. There is no fire drill planned for tonight, so if there is a fire, please use the fire exits, which is down there, marked in green, and there. And please don't use the lift. And by the staircase and leading off to the lobby outside the chambers. Also, please may I ask and make sure that all of you have got your mobile phones switched off or either silent. If it does ring, there is a fine to go towards my charity. Thank you. Before we begin tonight, I've just got a sad news of those of you who know the drummer from the band called The Jam, Rick Buckler. Unfortunately, he passed away yesterday. I just wanted to pass our thoughts to his family, and because he lived in West End, to his family at this sad time. All our thoughts are with his family today. I'm sure you all agree. Thank you. Okay, now we move on. It's quite a nice big meeting today. Hope you all got your drinks on the tables. I mean water. Mr. Scott, the apologies for absence. Mr. Scott, may I have the apologies for the absence, please?
Thank you. We have received apologies from Councillor Mal Vagonham, Councillors Noble, Leanne McIntyre, Bob Rakes and Helen Whitcroft will be joining us online tonight.
Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 2. I propose the minutes of the meetings of the council held on the 11th of December 2024 be approved as correct record. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to second that motion.
Thank you. Also, I'd like to propose the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 8th of January be approved as a correct record. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second those minutes.
Sorry. Do any members have any disposable pecuniary or non-pecuniary interest to declare in relation to the matters which are to be considered at this meeting? Can I? Oh. Do you want to read this first? Yeah. Just it's 2 seconds. Yeah. Can I remind you that the members' code of conduct specifically refers to you being able to vote on the council tax setting, so there is no need to declare any interest of these items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to declare that I'm a member of Windlesham Parish Council, which is being discussed in agenda item 11.
Madam Mayor, I'm also a member of Windlesham Parish Council of item number 11.
Just to say that I have a shop in Windlesham. I have my business there.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to declare that I have recently I'm very proud to be a member of Windlesham Parish Council, and it doesn't affect how I think about this agenda item 11. Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Agenda item 4. I'm advised that 9 questions have been received from members of the public under Council Procedure Rule 10. We have received 8 questions from the members of the public. I propose that due to the number of questions, we note that they are questions and answers published, but we hear any supplementary questions and answers. Question 1. Mr. Martin, would you like to come to the microphone and ask your supplementary question, please?
Mayor, point of order, the circulated answer is incorrect. So I would obviously need to respond to that.
That's fine, we'll allow you to respond.
Sure. Mr. Martin, thank you very, very much for taking your time to submit this question on such a crucial and vital issue to our borough here, which is that of our fire service. The answer here, I think, was written by Surrey Fire and Rescue, not myself, and I hadn't had sight of it until this evening. I think it's fair to say I've been a little bit poorly. There's a little bit of a misunderstanding and assumption I'd seen sight of it. If I had, I wouldn't have signed it off, so my apologies there. From my perspective, it falls within remit of the External Partnerships Select Committee, and I'd like to consult with the committee first, but if they're happy for an item to come forward specific to that committee on this very topic, I think it's very, very important. So I hope as an answer that provides better reassurance, and very happy to attempt to answer any follow-ups.
Apologies, Mr. Martin. That was last minute change, so I do apologise. Okay, so would you like to ask?
Yeah, good evening, councillors. Thank you for the response to my question and allowing me the opportunity to respond. I would like to confirm that the fire station was closed on the following 4 occasions and not 2 as you stated. 4th of January, the 22nd December, the 29th of August and the 6th of July. This inaccuracy casts doubt on the information stated in your reply. When highly trained professional long-serving firefighters take the unusual route of communicating on social media, it is time to listen. These professional firefighters are prepared to put themselves at risk for every one of us in this chamber tonight. It is not the time to label them as scaremongers or apply pressure on their employers to undertake discipline procedures because your party was involved in reducing fire cover in the borough. Anything other than a fire engine parked at Camberley Fire Station is a delayed response to offensive firefighting operations. Chobham Fire Station is an on-call fire station and not crewed for an immediate response. They respond to pages before mobilising. This is a delay of 5 minutes plus a 10-minute travel time to Camberley. This is not acceptable. I ask the council to work together and question the community risk management plan, as Surrey Fire and Rescue Service have proven that they cannot staff Camberley Fire Station 24/7, and Chobham are often not available all night. I'd like to make the council aware that Chobham Fire Station has been closed since last Thursday. Once again, I ask that you all work together to ensure that Camberley has fire cover. Your lives, or that of your loved ones, may depend on it. Now is the time to lobby county and ensure that Camberley Fire Station is adequately covered and levels go back to a time where they used to be covered 24/7 by a minimum of 2 fire engines. Thank you.
Thank you. Would the Chair of External Partnerships Select Committee like to respond to the question?
Yes, happy to. Just to be absolutely clear, they're not my words in there. That's Surrey Fire and Rescue that you're addressing there, so you wouldn't have doubt for anyone who wants to make political capital from that. I think you're absolutely right. You know, when your house is on fire, you need someone to come and respond. And it's absolutely critical that we support the fire service and, you know, ask those tough questions of Surrey County Council. I think this is just a litany of mistakes and chaos happening at Surrey County Council at the moment. You know, we can talk about potholed roads, SEN, the list is endless. So yes, I think is the answer, with the blessing of External Partnerships Select Committee. Obviously, whilst I'm the chairman or chairperson, I do need to go and ask the committee constructively for their blessing, and I hope perhaps we can try and do this prior to the next meeting, so we've got a clear set of steps forward. And I think your involvement as a subject matter expert would be very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing my question.
Thank you, Mr Martin. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Question 2. Councillor Turner, would you like to come to the microphone and ask your supplementary question for your on your first question?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, leaders and councillors. I'm Alf Turner, Chairman of Windlesham Parish Council. I'm speaking on behalf of the Parish Council. My first supplementary question relates to number 2 in your pack, which is about the unitary issue and devolution and the CGR relationships with that, the request for the CGR. I mean, I understand that SHBC has a statutory duty to undertake CGRs. No debate about that at all, and I don't have a problem. However, your table on the devolution timetable, and the table in particular, item 5.4, shows that if a CGR were to go ahead, if people in this room were to vote for it to go ahead, it will be overtaken by events. We know that the terms of reference from previous times will take several months to conclude, and the process of a review itself will take over a year. Do you, as a council, agree that unitary and devolution will change the whole landscape? We know that further council-wide CGR will be required, so therefore it's unnecessary for a CGR with particular relation to us at this moment is required at this moment in time. Are you aware that other councils in similar positions, other borough and town councils in this position, have actually stopped CGR processes and waiting for the unitary debate to be concluded?
Thank you. Would the Leader of the Council like to respond to the question, please?
Happy to do so. Would you be so kind as to press your mic, Councillor Turner? Thank you so much. Yeah, so first of all, thanks very much for your question. So no, I wasn't aware that other councils have cancelled their CGR processes. I don't know if any have actually started their processes. I don't have any visibility of what other councils are doing, but thank you for that piece of information. You alluded to the landscape changing due to local government reorganisation. I think in general that's a fair comment. None of us are too clear exactly what that will look like. Myself and the Chief Executive have been in a number of conversations with the ministry officials over the last few months, and we've been asking these kind of questions. So what is your vision? What is your view as to what will happen at the town and parish council level? And I think it's fair to say we weren't overly impressed with the answers that we got, and we have raised those in other forums that we're looking for that clarity. There is some view, and it is a bit mixed, the picture, but there is some view that we will be getting some kind of white paper, and therefore the recommendation in the report this evening, as far as I remember, is to defer any decision on progressing the CGR until we see whether that white paper is coming forward, what sort of guidance it gives us, and then for us to reflect properly as a responsible body how we then interpret that and execute our duties towards the residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Turner, would you like to come...
Point of order, Mayor, please. Thank you, Mayor. Point of order. Under the Constitution, Part 4, Procedural Rules, Section E, Public Speaking Procedure Rules, Paragraph 3.5, questions will be heard in the order received. Where an individual submits more than one question for a meeting, one question of their choice will be prioritised and included in the order received, with any further questions heard after questions received from other members of the public. Any questions that have not been heard once 30 minutes have passed will receive a written response from the relevant member. I submit that Councillor Turner should have to wait until other questioners have asked their question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. If you just bear with us for a second, please. Thank you, members and councillors. We're going to make a decision on that. Councillor Turner, as you've just asked one question, thank you very much. We're going to go to the other questions. If we, within time, we will get you back to ask your second question.
Can I also ask, Mayor, that you add on the time taken during this clarification, because there is a limit? Thank you.
We will. So we're moving straight to question number 7. Ms. Richardson, would you like to come to the microphone and ask a supplementary question, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you to the leader for his response to my previous question. My supplementary question is as follows. So in May 2023, Windlesham councillors were elected in good faith, believing that Windlesham Parish Council was committed to fully implementing the outcome of the 2019 CGR. However, as you rightly observe, the arrangements for delegation of authority across the 3 villages, as implemented in March 2021, have now broken down. These arrangements gave full delegated powers to each of the 3 village committees to manage their own village affairs, with the exception of specified legal and statutory functions. Would the leader agree it is now clear that this devolved model of governance in the 3 villages no longer exists? And would he further acknowledge the difficult task faced by elected Windlesham councillors in attempting to represent and protect the interests of Windlesham residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Would the leader like to respond to that, please?
Thank you, Councillor Richardson, for your question. I may or may not have opinions personally on the points that you've raised. It's not really appropriate for me to air those publicly, and it actually is not the responsibility of this council to oversee the internal governance of Windlesham Parish Council. That's not the way it's set up, as far as I understand it. We do have roles, obviously, to support the parish council in things like by-elections, which obviously we recently had. I think we might be having another one, which seems to be Groundhog Day on elections. And we also have to support them in other things, for example, through the access to the monitoring officer in the case of complaints, which if you feel is necessary, I'm sure Ms. Boateng will make herself available. So it's not for this body and it's not for myself to comment on the internal governance processes of Windlesham Parish Council.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Mr. Hartless, would you like to come to the microphone and ask your supplementary question? For your question, please. Oh, is that online? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have no further supplementary questions to place before the council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question number 9. Ms. Lewis, would you like to come to the microphone and ask your question, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, everyone attending. My supplementary question is in relation to item 4.9. Given your non-binding indicative survey is a guide to the officers here tonight in making recommendation, the consultation was to ascertain the level of support for a CGR, or maybe not. Well, the responses are quite clear, and indeed the results notably balanced in favour of the residents of Windlesham wanting a CGR. Now, whether the residents' own paid leaflet or WPC's leaflet was an influence in the results is immaterial. My supplementary question to you would be, can you justify finances being the issue to proceed or not, when public money was used to communicate and influence during the consultation? Is this an accurate representation for your residents? Thank you.
Thank you. Would the leader like to respond, please?
Thank you, Councillor Lewis. So no public money was used by this body to influence residents in any way. Technically, it wasn't a consultation. It was a survey to get residents' feedback. It would not be our intention going forward to use any public money to influence residents. At the end of the day, it would be our role, should anything proceed at any point in time, to make sure residents were given a neutral and balanced view of the options in front of them. That would be the responsibility of this body. Now, as Councillor Turner mentioned earlier, the landscape has changed. We have had, in that pre-Christmas period, quite a revolutionary announcement by the government. Wasn't in their manifesto, by the way, so it took us all a little bit by surprise, around local government reorganisation, which is the first major change in 50 years. And therefore it is appropriate for this body to take note of that and to reflect on the guidance that is given to us in terms of how to interpret the law. That is what we have attempted to do, and obviously the relevant officer's recommendation to this body then is to defer pending further guidance on how the landscape will look going forward and what the government expects for town and parish councils. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Okay. As all the questions have been asked, may I ask Ms. Councillor Turner to come back and ask your questions? Question number 3.
Thank you, Mayor, again, and Leader, Councillors. I'm going to talk about question 3, which is the cost issue. It's a simple question, really. How can SHBC consider whether or not to proceed with the CGR process when it does not have a proper estimate of the cost? I've worked in the private and public sector extensively, and we would never do anything unless we had a damn good idea about the cost, particularly where, given your own communications, that the council is strapped for money. My understanding, the previous CGR costs about £40,000. You've got to add inflation, and of course there's any other duplication complexities that are added with the move to devolution. So I just wondered how you can move forward when you don't really know the costs. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask Councillor MacDonald to answer, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think as I initially responded, unfortunately the government doesn't say in its guidance that we can take account of the financial situation of the council in exercising our duties. So, sorry, Mayor, would you mind? Thank you. So we have to park that one to one side. It's a bit like emptying the bins. We can't not empty the bins because we haven't got a lot of money. We have to make sure we perform those duties in a suitable and sufficient way. As I think you're aware, Councillor Turner, the recommendation that's come to this council today is to defer, and therefore it hasn't been felt necessary at this point in time to go into detail over the cost estimates for the potential CGR, because it would effectively be spending money and officer time now that we don't need to spend. So provided this body defers, as is per the officer's recommendation, we don't yet need to answer that question. But thanks very much for your question.
Thank you, Leader. Question number 4.
Thank you
Councillor
again.
Turner, would you like to ask?
Thank you, Mayor. Just the question relates to the frequency and the basis of progressing a CGR. The Council's response to the question is that the Council is duty bound to consider a request for a CGR, but that is according to the fact that certain thresholds have to be met. Can you clarify in your minds for me what you think what thresholds have been met? Because for either the whole parish or even Windlesham Village, because there has been no formal petition and there has been no meeting of the requirement of a 7.5% of the electorate in favour of formal petition in favour of undertaking a CGR. Again, related to that, the government guidance is that there should be a minimum of 5 years between CGRs. The one undertaken in 2019 and implemented in 2023 has hardly had the paint dry, and quite frankly, according to the government guidance, it's too soon. Wonder if you have any comments on that, please.
Thank you. Councillor Leader. Thank you.
Sorry, Mayor, your button again. Thank you ever so much. Yeah, I have to admit, I don't recall seeing this 5-year rule being so firmly met. I think, as may have been commented to in the answers, I think there are some conflicts and areas for interpretation in the guidance. Guidance is by itself an interpretation of the law. But I think it's fair comment to say that it would be relatively unusual in a short space of time to do that. I think Councillor Richardson, alluded to why that might be the case. It does feel, Councillor Turner, as if we're being asked to solve a problem that actually, with due respect to yourself as chair, should be resolved within Windlesham Parish Council. It's not a problem of our making. It's not something that's in our administration's manifesto. It's not part of our administration's annual plan, or the annual plan that colleagues across the chamber here have been party to develop. But equally, we have duties, and we will follow those duties should we need to. As I've said before, and I'm sorry if it's Groundhog Day for everybody, the officer recommendation is to defer this. There is no recommendation this evening to proceed with a CGR. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Question number 5, Councillor Turner, please.
Yes, a simple question. It's about the informal survey. I note that the council, and pleased actually, the council states that the results of the survey are non-binding. However, the report does figure, the survey does figure quite a big part of the papers. Given the concerns on the survey and the controls, would the council please publish the number of duplicate IP addresses that were undertaken during the survey? Because as I understand it, that's the way. There were no other controls, no other ways of identifying who responded. So we would like to understand the duplicate IP surveys. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Turner. I think there's a couple of things in here, which is, I think we need to get this in perspective. If we really think that the Russians have had bots trying to load this survey, I think we're probably mistaken here. So I think we should get things in proportion. The second thing is the IP addresses, I think, are personal data. So I think what you've technically asked us to do is to break the law. And I think, as you've seen with my answers today and in our previous discussions around some of these topics, we are totally committed to following due process and following the law in our execution of our duties. So, no, I don't believe we will be providing any information back to anybody about the IP addresses, though I'm happy to take further counsel offline from the officers if they think I have that amiss.
Thank you. Your last question, question number 6, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, again. And again, probably the leader will address this, which is the question around the terms of reference. I mean, I'm pleased that the Parish Council, there's a commitment in the papers that the Parish Council will be involved in the terms of reference. I expect nothing less. Simple question is, will we be involved in the drafting of those terms of reference, as I think we were in 2019? I wasn't here. And if so, if we will be involved, how this will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to stay seated now. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. So I don't know is the answer, because we haven't got to that level of detail. That's a future thing, a hypothetical. I think if we were to get to that stage, we'll certainly give it due consideration. We'll take advice as to what the right process is. It wouldn't per se seem unreasonable to me, but that's not a binding commitment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Councillor Turner. Thank you, everyone. Moving on to agenda item 5, my announcements. I'm going to take it short and sweet. I have been really busy. I have done quite a lot. We will be here until midnight if I carry on. So in that case, I'm going to leave my list to the next meeting, if that's okay with everyone. If you really want to know where I've been, Mayor's Facebook, and please do like everything, okay? All the likes would be really nice with the love hearts. Thank you. Agenda item 6, I would like to invite the leader, Councillor Sean MacDonald, to make his announcements, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we all recognise you've been extremely humble there in your own announcement. So thank you on behalf of everybody for doing that, because you do a huge amount for the borough and the various groups, and it's much appreciated by everybody. But in the interest of good order, you've put yourself last in the queue. But you're very much first citizen of the borough, so thank you for that. I will be brief, as I know we've got a lot to get through tonight. As chair of the Surrey Heath Partnership, I want to start with an important community safety issue. Members may be aware of an increase in youth-related antisocial behaviour, or ASB, in Camberley Town Centre since the end of January. Surrey Police, in an effort to manage this increase, have utilised powers under the Antisocial Behaviour Crime and Policing Act 2014 over 3 weekends in order to reduce the likelihood of members of the public being harassed, alarmed or distressed, or being exposed to crime or disorder. Officers of the council held a joint action group meeting yesterday, might be the day before yesterday, I apologise everybody, involving representatives from the business community, from the town centre, and colleagues from the police and youth services to discuss these recent issues, very much in the spirit of partnership working. Surrey Heath Borough Council, in partnership with Surrey Police, will issue community protection warnings to any person over the age of 16 involved in antisocial behaviour, and antisocial behaviour warning letters to those under the age of 16 in an effort to manage this behaviour. These written warnings are part of a staged approach in managing this type of behaviour. Guidance is also being given to those businesses adversely affected to encourage them to capture evidence to identify persons involved for use in deterring repeat occurrences. Officers with partners will review the effectiveness of the approach over the weeks ahead and update members on progress through the members' briefing. Despite ongoing antisocial behaviour challenges caused by a small minority, it is pleasing that new lettings continue in our town centre, with new businesses including Lucky Bubble, Auntie Anne's and VR World recently opening, soon to be followed by Esquire's Coffee, which will be opening soon in the central square. Taking a more positive approach to the antisocial behaviour issue we just touched on, I'd like to highlight a new project between Surrey Heath and Places Leisure to increase physical activity levels for children aged 10 to 16 and to provide a positive space for young people to spend their time outside of school, which started on the 10th of January. Currently, the Friday Night Project is funded until the end of the school year, July 2025, and we will be seeking additional funding to continue if the project is judged to be a success. Please really encourage uptake of this through your networks. Our youngest residents, our pre-teens, and no doubt the Mayor or Deputy are also in for a real treat soon, as after the public votes on the designs, 4 new/renewed playgrounds are being installed before the end of March, all funded through the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. They are Mitchett Recreation Ground, Burrell Road, Frimley, Briar Avenue, Lightwater, and Lightwater Country Park Activity Trail. The last of these will be more accessible soon, as the much anticipated Bagshot Lightwater Bridge replacement remains on schedule, with 2 weekend M3 closures planned for the end of April, so the bridge can be completed in May. National Highways have arranged 2 informal information events to allow residents to hear the progress from them direct, so please put out the message. These events will take place at Lightwater Leisure Centre Country Car Park on Thursday the 20th of February, 10 till 4, and Bagshot Waitrose Car Park on Friday the 21st of February, 10 till 4. Other supermarkets are available. With the great outdoors in mind, linked by the new bridge coming, it is worth noting that in 2024, our 25 volunteer walk leaders held 88 walks with 2,320 attendees. I think Councillor Rakes might be one of them. An average of 26 participants per walk. This is a 10% increase across the board on the previous year. 2 to 3 walks take place each week, including some at weekends, which are angled to longer, more challenging routes. Again, please push out the word and encourage uptake. Also, a big shout out for the Surrey Heath tree wardens, who volunteered a huge total of 1,062 hours of work last year to help retain and improve our borough's green canopy. Thank you all on behalf of us all that enjoy our great green spaces. With all this on offer in the borough, the longer evenings coming and the weather on the change for the better, there will be no excuses for anyone of any age not to get active, play and have some fun outdoors. Moving on to the slightly less stimulating topic of local government reorganisation, or LGR for short, get used to that acronym. As you will be aware, the government announced recently that Surrey has been named in the first wave of devolution and local government reorganisation, and invited to develop a proposal for a new government structure for Surrey. This clearly has also come with the bitter pill of the undemocratic cancellation of county elections by the national government, conspiring with the county council leader and group to extend their term by a minimum of 2 years, continuing to place our young people especially at risk. Personally, I think the cancellation of the elections is shameful for our democracy in the light of the wider forces at work in the world influencing our country. Myself, the Chief Executive and other selected officers continue to work through options for local government in Surrey with peers constructively. We will aim to issue weekly updates, and an extraordinary council has kindly been agreed to by the Mayor on the 18th of March to seek a mandate to approve the initial proposal submission to the Minister. In March, we will be providing a report on the Council's transformation programme to the Performance and Finance Scrutiny Committee. This will give members a more detailed summary of the work conducted so far and the next steps on the Council's transformation to meet the savings targets identified in the Council's medium-term financial strategy we will discuss tonight. I know all members will understand the sensitivity of the transformation programme for staff especially. The Mayor, I think, attended local long service awards recently. Is that correct? Excellent. Good. She'll give us an update next time. So it just remains for me to call out the professional achievement of the Treasury Accountant who passed their Diploma in Public Sector Asset Management recently. Congratulations, and we look forward to the impact of your new insights. Thank you, Mayor. That ends Leader's announcements.
Thank you. Moving on. It's nice, thank you. Executive, moving on to agenda item 7, Executive Committee and other bodies. Executive minutes and recommendations. Can I have a proposer for the executive minutes?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose those minutes.
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second.
Thank you. Are we all happy to receive these minutes? Thank you. Planning Application Committee. Can I have a proposer for Planning Application Committee meetings, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose the minutes of the meetings of the 19th of December and the 23rd of January this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to second those meeting minutes.
Thank you. Members, are we all happy? Thank you. Can I have a proposer for a Performance and Finance Scrutiny Committee minutes, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to propose the minutes for the Performance and Finance Scrutiny Committee for the 4th of December and the 29th of January.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. Members, do we agree? As you can see, I'm moving fast. Can I have a proposal for External Partnership Select Committee minutes?
Yes, Mayor, happy to propose.
Do you have a seconder?
Yes, Mayor, I'm happy to second them.
Are we happy? Sorry, agreed. Oh, same thing. Employment Committee, can I have a proposal for Employment Committee meetings?
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to propose the minutes of the 5th of December meeting. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second those minutes.
Thank you, members. Are we happy to receive these minutes? Licensing Committee, can I have a proposal for Licensing Committee minutes and the recommendation at minutes 20/L?
Sorry, Mayor. Yeah, I'm happy to propose those minutes from the 5th of February.
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm happy to second those minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Quinn, do you have a... Sorry, Councillor Quinn, do you have a...
Thank you. Just a quick comment on these minutes. You'll note that it says I was not able to attend the meeting virtually because of a technical issue. I just wanted it to be clarified in the minutes that was a technical issue at the council's end. That's why I had to give apologies for the meeting. It wasn't because of my Wi-Fi or anything. It was because of an error in the council chamber. Thank you.
Councillor White, would you like to just turn that off? Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Quinn. That has been noted and we will change it. Yeah. And he's nodding his head. Thank you. Yeah. So, members, are we happy to receive the minutes? Thank you. Can I have a proposal for notes of the Joint Staff Consultative Group, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to propose the minutes of the Joint Staff Consultative Group on January the 23rd. Thank you.
And 21st of November?
Yep, 21st of November.
Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to second the minutes of those meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, are we happy to receive the minutes, notes? Yeah. Thank you. Moving on. Agenda item 8. Members, before we start the debate, can I remind that the rules of debate about the number of times you may speak are in the Constitution, and the Chief Executive and his officers will advise as necessary. Once the budget has been introduced, proposed and seconded, you will be invited to debate the budget. Any amendments to the budget must be moved, seconded, then debated. Once the amendment has been moved and seconded, you can only debate that amendment. Please, can I ask you to be clear that you are moving an amendment so I can invite a councillor to second it. Anyone wanting to move an amendment can speak for up to 8 minutes. And we are watching the clock. Yeah, Eddie? Yeah, thank you. Anyone speaking in the debate, including seconding and amending, can speak up to 5 minutes. Anyone seconding a proposal must speak immediately after seconding and proposal, and they have a right to reply. I would like to invite the Performance and Finance Portfolio holder move a proposal. So, as Leanne not here, we're going to ask the leader of the council to do that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm really sorry, members and distinguished guests. It's me again. Wasn't quite the plan. I'd like to start by thanking Councillor McIntyre for preparing this speech for me and her tireless efforts throughout the year in bringing transparency and also removing the veil of secrecy around the council's finances on behalf of all of Surrey Heath residents. Leanne has been true to our administration's manifesto commitments and Liberal Democrat values throughout. It is unfortunate Leanne cannot join us tonight due to a collision of circumstances, as finally we have cleared the 49 years of inherited financial fog. As expected, the view is not pretty. Whilst my delivery will be a poor substitute, I probably didn't have to tell you that, let's listen to what Councillor McIntyre has to say. Here we are again, a year on from our first budget, a year more knowledge and a year more of transparency. 12 months ago, we had to make decisions based on numbers which hadn't been produced in any standardised format, nor had been available to audit, which led to our caveat amendment to our own budget. The finance team have worked exceptionally hard to rectify that situation over the past 12 months, having produced 4 sets of new accounts and having also been through a first audit by our new external auditors, Grant Thornton. This has meant that we are now clear that the numbers we inherited were fundamentally misstated, with the reserves being confirmed as 16 million lower. That's about a third of a haircut versus the total. Therefore, our ability to provide the same services to residents as they have been used to is non-existent. This can be seen as true from the revenue budget, the capital budget, and the Treasury strategy. Locally, we suffer from the same macroeconomic challenges as other businesses do. Inflation is lower than it was, though there was a spike announced today, but the higher costs are baked in, which affects our service contracts. Cost of living is still a challenge, which means our disposable income is lower and affects many of our residents, reducing footfall in the town centre and the rental income we secure from businesses on renewal. Current levels of uncertainty within the economy and globally exacerbates everything. At a simple level, the effect on us is twofold. Our costs are increasing and pressure on our services from the most vulnerable is higher. Moving to focus on revenue. Our revenue budget is made up of direct cost of services, e.g. what does it cost the council to provide a service, and indirect costs, e.g. funding, such as interest rates and debt repayment. These costs are funded through council tax, business rates, any charges we apply to the user of a service, grant funding, and any income from properties. Putting the properties to one side, our core income is 13 million, and our core cost of services is roughly 15.8 million. It does not need an accountant to understand that the costs to the council exceed its income level by about 2.8 million a year. And that is before net indirect costs of roughly 5.3 million, which is predominantly made up of interest and debt repayments, less property income, to pay for the reckless purchases made in 2016, and which will remain a significant number for future generations. So what are our choices to address this longer term? Well, there are only 2 options: reduce costs and increase income further. Our ability to increase income is today extremely limited, and therefore this budget increases council tax by the permitted maximum again of 2.99% or 14p per week for a Band D property. Due to the national government's continuing to raid Surrey Heath, we will retain a meagre 2.5% of business rates next year, roughly 1.5 million less than normal. Whilst we do believe that users of discretionary services should pay for that service rather than the residents who don't, as a council, there are few services that we provide that can generate any substantial revenue. So the maximum contribution has got to come from cost cutting through efficiencies and transformational change. This is easier said than done, not least with the cost of change to factor in. As we noted earlier, our costs are increasing by virtue of the economy, and therefore we simply have to stop doing a lot of things that we do today if it can't pay its way or it's not a statutory service. And that is hard. It's hard for us as a collective in this chamber. It's hard for the officers who work very hard to provide our services, to provide us, our residents, the best services they can. It's hard for our residents who are used to having what they've had as a service, all the support that they've been given through grants. To note our solidarity with staff and residents, and as shared with members by email, along with an amendment to the annual plan decided at executive, we are also moving to freeze council allowances entirely in 2025-26 at 2024-25 levels, and ask all members to resolve to do so. In summary, after painful choices and changes, next year we have roughly a 3 million gap for core council operations and around 5 million a year related to the financially toxic property purchases. Moving on to our capital expenditure. Our capital expenditure affects our revenue budget. With our reserves being effectively an IOU to ourselves or internal borrowing, everything we invest in needs to be funded by increasing our external borrowing, and therefore our interest payment costs go up, and the minimum revenue provision, which we have to account for, also goes up. This results in a greater debt burden and less funding being left for services. The less capital we spend, the better. Therefore, our budget and the medium-term financial strategy has a laser-like focus on capital projects, which are critical to maintain our existing infrastructure, or where we have specific grant funding for the works, like the London Road Block. Councillor Rise will talk more about these priorities shortly. When we think of Treasury, we should think cash management. We have significant long-term loans, charging an average of 2.43%, and over 100 million in short-term loans, charging an average of 4.75 next year, envisaged. We can reduce this through paying back the capital we borrowed, which is the same as paying back a mortgage early. However, to do this, we need to get some surplus cash, which we don't have. One way to do this is through the sale of surplus or underperforming capital assets. Given the capital financing is where our biggest costs sit, the more we can do to lower the amount, the better for all of us. The challenge here is that the retail property assets that caused the need for the massive loans are now 93 million less than when the loans were taken out, or roughly 12 million a year. So even if we sold them, we couldn't get anything like the levels of debt we are having to pay back. As with any budget, there are risks involved. The local government reorganisation will fundamentally change how residents receive services and therefore how the numbers work. The national shopping habits and the cost of living challenges are outside our control. Interest rates are affected by the global conflicts and have significant impact on us and business rate income. The further out the medium-term financial strategy goes, the more difficult the financial impact is to predict. However, the next 12 months are the hardest and the most important. What we deliver through sensible cost control efficiencies, alongside transformational change commitments, will put Surrey Heath Borough Council in a stronger place to manage whatever the future throws our way. When we started looking at cost cutting and prioritising the services we needed for residents, it struck me that Abraham Maslow, who in the 20th century published his hierarchy of needs, actually set down a framework for local government funding. For those of you that are not familiar with it, Maslow proposed that human beings have a set of needs that are arranged in hierarchical order, from the most basic to the most complex. Psychological needs, safety needs, love and belonging needs, esteem needs, self-actualization needs. We must focus on the statutory services that we need to provide, as those are the basic ones, like emptying the bins. We must protect the homeless.
Are we wrapping up soon?
Would it be possible to have my credit from the second debate in this debate, because I'm allowed 8 minutes at each one? Take it now.
Yeah.
Thank you. After that, at the next level, we want our community to be safe and live in an environment which allows us all to be free. The upgrading of the town centre CCTV is important to maintaining this, as is engagement with the police and our local partners. As a council, we need to work towards ensuring there's sufficient affordable housing for people of any age and at any stage of life. And therefore, that's why we must deliver the local plan to drive that positive pathway. A lot is expected from a council, and it's clear that residents are not always sure what we provide at a borough level and what is provided at a county level. We need to work to rectify this. So in summary, the future looks bleak, but there are actions we can take. Voting for this budget will mean that we have, at the end of the financial year 25-26, a funding gap of 8.1 million still to be filled, and specific earmarked usable reserves of 4.7 million, which will then run out in 2026-27. Not one person in this chamber will want to vote for a budget that will reduce services, we know that. But equally, not one person in this chamber will want to be voting for a budget which bankrupts the council and pushes the Section 151 officer to issue a Section 114 notice tomorrow and invite the commissioners in to take control. This budget is a responsible budget. I urge everyone here today to focus on the future for our residents, to retain control of our council for as long as we can, no matter what comes out of the local government reorganisation, that financially we have done the right thing for the people who voted for us all. Thank you again to Councillor McIntyre for preparing this and the financial team, supported by the services for all your hard work in delivering this budget and clearing the financial fog. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your patience with the timing. I propose this budget to the Chamber.
Thank you. Just keeping an eye on the time, you see. Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second. Having inherited this speech at short notice, it may be a bit stumbled at places. However, the bits that you do like do give me praise. If the bits that you don't, please do let Councillor MacDonald know. I would also like to thank Councillor McIntyre for her tireless work on preparing this budget with the finance team. I know from conversations with her that it has not been an easy task as we face incredibly difficult financial circumstances, but the work she and the team has completed should be applauded. Due to the circumstances that Councillor MacDonald has described, we have had to be extremely prudent in the things that we plan to progress in the 25-26 annual plan, with a focus on statutory requirements such as health and safety and protecting our assets from further decline. Just as a reminder, we approach the year after all adjustments with a budget forecasting a £3 million a year structural gap between our cost and income and an additional £4 to £5 million per year gap due to debt and interest repayments. Therefore, in this context, our main projects primarily target catch-up on the inherited underinvestment in assets, major repairs to properties, and the preparation for regeneration works. Whilst we do not think it prudent at this time to invest further in our prominent Park Street site through asbestos removal, we will keep it safe and mitigate further decline. We continue to look at optimising our land and property portfolio, primarily with the disposal of some assets under officer advice and where a business case exists, with a view to using any capital sums to pay down inherited debt from the discredited House of Fraser and Square acquisitions, or to support the Council's wider transformation to a sustainable financial position. I am pleased that we continue to upgrade the town multi-storey car parks to catch up on the inherited underinvestment, with a future focus on lifts and lighting, as well as the aim to complete upgrades at Frimley Lodge and Lightwater Country Parks to allow those road access routes and car parks to remain open for public use. Important to many residents and businesses will be our ongoing multi-million investment in making the square waterproof through roof repairs, as well as future-proofing with the upgrading of key safety and support systems, which should see a dramatic reduction of bucket requirements in the coming year. If we can get rid of our need to have those buckets dotted around the square, it will be a success story. An exciting development in the coming year will be the flattening of the former Alders building and selected London Road properties, preparing the way for developers to work with us to build more affordable housing provision in line with our local plan. Despite being faced with difficult finances to manage this administration's commitment to regeneration has not diminished. And I know Councillor Finan Cook and her officer team are constantly reviewing business cases and options to move regeneration projects forward where possible and financially feasible. We can also look forward to the completion of the public works improvements, including the showcasing of the artwork inspired by amazing young people around Ashwood House, Arnold Walk, Pembroke Broadway and other sites. I'm looking forward to seeing the work of our young people and how they can make the town centre an attractive place to spend time. Put together, these investments, combined with our upgrading of CCTV across Camberley Town Centre and the car parks, as well as the rack repairs to the Adler Theatre, which reopened late last year to an excellent and successful pantomime, will ensure Camberley becomes that bit better to visit for shopping, come to or for work or to socialise with family and friends. We will continue to invest in play park upgrades this year at Blackdown Road and address improvements in site security to 3 others, London Road, Watchet and Mitchett Recreation Grounds. With the completion of the dual bridge from Bagshot to Lightwater in the spring, we look forward to lots of happy pre-teens using the new, more challenging play facilities in the country park, whilst even happier parents relax and enjoy a coffee in our cafe. We hope to progress other step change projects across the borough, utilising developer community infrastructure levy funding, including potentially in Watchet and St Michael's wards with a new skate park, giving our young people somewhere to be themselves together. Progression of our existing local plan through public examination and then adoption remains a key goal for the Council in 2025-26, to ensure up-to-date policies in place to stimulate sustainable development of new homes for our residents. In line with the government's direction, when the guidance is published, we will look to review our local plan in a timely way, seeking to provide suitable land to support the massive increase in our housing target from 321 to 684 homes per year. Whilst we all acknowledge the need for affordable homes for our hard-working residents, I remain concerned about the impact this change will have on our borough on a more longer term, especially our green and open spaces, given the lack of incentive to developers to regenerate brownfield sites first. Mayor, members, I want to end by acknowledging the huge commitment by officers of all levels who serve our residents and the businesses in the last year. I'm also acutely aware of the uncertainty the combination of the recent financial revelations and local government reorganisation proposed must feel to officers, and their nervousness as we approach major change and transformation in 25-26. I want to reassure them that senior officers have the administration support in navigating through these challenges, and we will do so in a consistent way with the values of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Okay, I would like to invite members to discuss the proposal and any comments. Councillor Rowlands and then Councillor Wheeler. Sorry. Oh, yeah, Councillor Quinn. So we're in that order, yeah?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Conspicuously by its absence in all of this was the review by Grant Thornton, our auditors, which makes incredibly grisly reading. We're looking at, they identified something which is quite clear, of the 170 million shortfall, 10 times as much as the annual net revenue that precipitated the serious problems we're in. And of course, the well-known fact, the purchase of the Mall in 2016 for 94 million, the present value around about 20 million. These are the gruesome facts which we face at the moment. The council also purchased the House of Fraser, as you know, with a further 18.7 million. So Grant Thornton outlined all these, the problems that were involved. There was, as is mentioned, the cost of servicing the borrowing that at a high level that had to be done to service this activity, and the amount that the pressure that put on the whole of this council's viability. As far as 24-25 is concerned, it seems to be based, according to Grant Thornton, on an incomplete understanding of the cost pressure based on the reserves that are available at the moment. And obviously, moves will have to be taken to remedy that situation. There's an urgent need, again, according to Grant Thornton, for a coherent plan to stop the reserves being used up within 2 years, and that's been well targeted and talked about previously. So that is what's facing the council at the moment. In the budget setting activity, there's Grant Thornton talk about a lack of financial capability to deal with the problems that this borough faces. They identify that quite clearly. There's the forecast that they put forward of a considerable overspend, 84%, 80% of the approved revenue budget, which appeared to be happening. Again, Grant Thornton, the second quarter, the absence of any precise information to actually operate on. They talk about the lack of ability of our financial team that dealt with it, and lack of capability. And they would talk about the committee that was dealing with that and the difficulties they faced. Therefore, they say there needs to be a continuous review and oversight of the financial information and scrutiny of that information becoming available. There was a question about the setting up of our audit committee and the presence of the leader of the council on that audit committee, whether that was valid and should have actually happened. They were highly critical of the audit committee of the council, which was dealing with this operation. They were critical of the top-down budgetary procedures that the council followed. They were concerned about a range of inaccuracies in the information that was put forward. So there was a whole catalogue of failings, according to our accountants, which I'm rather concerned has not been talked about in this council, and needs to be thoroughly examined if we are to make further progress. We realise that they inherited a very inadequate situation, but the record, as far as Grant Thornton is saying, shows that they haven't actually, we still continue the basic failings that were manifest at that time. Grant Thornton have identified a whole series of profound weaknesses in the arrangements for financial sustainability, and I hope these are incorporated in the thinking that council is going to follow. We go back again to the purchase of the square and the problems that continues to haunt this council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. Was it Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to take the opportunity to thank the current administration for presenting this budget and for the clarity therein, and of course to the officers that prepared it. However, I am still in need of a little bit of clarification, as there seem to be contradictory statements within the document, and also just now on the comments that were made by the leader. So within the document, it says there are no assumptions for sale of assets at this stage. And then later on, within the transformation work stream, it says that it is reviewing the property assets that the council holds and ensuring that we only hold assets that are providing a benefit to this council or its residents. Could I please have clarity on our approach for this? And could I also have confirmation and clarity on the correct governance and decision-making process for the sale of any assets that this council holds? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Now, Councillor Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I want to associate myself with the comments of Councillor Rowlands. Thank you for outlining the pressures that the council is facing. I want to start off by agreeing with him to say that I do not envy in the slightest the situation inherited by the Liberal Democrats when they took over running Surrey Heath. While it's clear that tough decisions need to be made tonight, I think it's fair that we make sure we know where the blame lies for the current financial position of the council. And I think Murray and I especially can say even more independently as Labour and not Liberal Democrat councillors, but the majority burden for the situation that we're in is because of decisions made by the last Conservative administration for the most part of 50 years that they were running Surrey Heath. They did worse than gamble the money of Surrey Heath residents. If they bought lottery tickets, they might have expected an average of 50% return. But no, they instead lost a lot more money. Why on earth did they buy the House of Fraser building for 17.1 million? A valuation so extraordinarily high, it must have caught the attention of Elon Musk as it blasted past his rockets in outer space. What could they have been thinking? We can now see that the House of Fraser is primarily a burden for our council. The cost to remove asbestos is around 3.5 million, and that's before really we can identify options for future use. However, I know the Lib Dems might have enjoyed my speech up to now, but this is where it changes a little bit. However, and this is a big however, people voted for this new Lib Dem administration because they wanted them to turn things around, and the Lib Dems told them that things could turn around. They wanted a council that would be more imaginative and come up with creative solutions to address the problems facing the borough. Instead, we see that regeneration is mainly now led by Labour's proposals, including the Labour government giving us over £1 million to demolish the Alders building and selected London Road sites, as the portfolio holder outlined. I think almost 2 years into the Lib Dem administration, they should be and could be doing better for Surrey Heath. It's unacceptable that there's no ongoing plan for the House of Fraser building moving forward, and therefore, overall, I'll have to abstain on this item tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Anyone else? Okay, right.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a very brief one from me, for a change. We've heard a lot about the past. We cannot change the decisions that were taken in the past. We need to look forward rather than backwards. And it does not seem to me or to residents that there is any real plan. We seem to be flailing around for an answer. Suddenly, we're looking at a fire sale of council-held assets. I don't know where this idea has come from, but suddenly in the past week, we've seen lots of communication from the administration around this. And any budgetary decision needs to be viewed through the prism that this council is unlikely to still exist in 2 years' time. Is it sensible for us to be looking at selling assets at this stage when we are likely to be passing them to a new council in a couple of years? Once they are gone, they are gone. We have a duty to our residents and to the body that replaces us to pass on finances in the clearest possible state. And there are 2 points that I just really want to pick up on in the budget. Councillor Rowlands very correctly referenced the Grant Thornton report, and there are a couple of things that they've recommended that I don't think are accounted for in this budget. The first is around the minimum revenue provision, which is basically the amount the council sets aside to cover its debts. Now, Grant Thornton tell us that the industry standard for that is 2% of our capital financing requirement. In this budget, it looks to me to be about 1.65%. So I'm just wondering why we're comfortable going at below the industry standard on this. What's the justification? And the second thing they recommend is around valuation of our properties. they talk about a 50-year lifespan, and my understanding is that we're using a 50-year lifespan from when we acquired rather than the 50-year lifespan of when it was constructed. Again, I can't see I haven't heard a justification from the administration as to why that is. And I would struggle to support a budget that our auditors aren't particularly comfortable with, it seems.
Thank you, Councillor Cope. Councillor Van Cook?
I just wanted to come back on a point Councillor Wheeler asked about with regards to the sale of properties. You won't see any assumptions in this budget for it because we haven't sold anything yet. So there's no numbers to assume. But in terms of the process that this council would have to go through in order to sell any of our current assets, that would be designated authority to the head of property and economic development in conjunction with myself. That is then worked through the Property and Economic Development Working Group, where all members, all groups in this chamber have representatives who can raise any concerns or issues at that point. Then properties will be marketed. If and when any offer is made on those properties, that decision will come back through this chamber to allow a vote on that. So I just want to make it absolutely clear that this isn't something that's going on in smoke-filled rooms. This is a completely open and transparent process, which is indicated in our MTFS bill before you tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Van Cook. Thank you. Oh, okay. So it's going to be Councillor Lee and then Councillor Wilson. Before I pass you on to you two, both of you, I just want to say that the finance team officers has done a grand job at doing this. It hasn't been easy, especially if you're in finance, you would know that making sure the pennies are balanced is not easy. The dedication goes to Vicky, who's actually online from Maldives. She's actually on her honeymoon. So I would like to say thank you for her to join us. She was Vicky Worsfold, and now she's Vicky Redford while she's in Maldives. So thank you, really, really appreciate it. That's called dedication. All right. Councillor Lee and then Councillor Wilson.
In the interests of shortening this meeting for someone on their honeymoon, I'm sure my points can wait for another meeting, Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you, Mayor. In 2016, the previous Conservative administration recklessly rush-purchased the Camberley Mall and House of Fraser building, acting unconstitutionally for at least the latter of these. They borrowed £113 million, and the assets are now valued at around £20 million. They are an albatross round the neck of the council. Although that metaphor breaks down since the sailor who shot the albatross is no longer aboard the ship, and it is now round the neck of current members of the council, a few of whom are partly responsible for the mall decision, of course. After Liz Truss crashing the economy in 2022, the cost of servicing the council's debt is now almost as much as the entire council tax income. This is before funding any services at all. So what could be used to fund services? Business rates could be used because the council is entitled to 40% of the amount collected. That's about £15 million per year. Except, unfortunately, nearly all of that is lost thanks to Michael Gove. The then Levelling Up Secretary penalised councils in the South East by applying a tariff in order to funnel more money into the Red Wall, which they lost anyway. For every bit of levelling up, there is an equal and opposite bit of levelling down. This means that Surrey Heath will only keep 2.5% of the business rates it collects next year. Maybe reserves could be used to fund the services then. Unfortunately, the Conservatives spent them all. This is called internal borrowing. The reserves have been valued downwards, as we've heard too, and they're now only effectively IOUs, giving the limited ability to borrow even more. The Conservatives didn't even produce draft accounts for several years by the time they were swept from power, despite auditors Grant Thornton saying they should have done. They had no idea about the true state of the council's finances and no curiosity to find out. Thanks to the new Lib Dem leadership of the council, we now have an accurate picture and a full set of accounts for the first time in at least 6 years. Sadly, it is now clear that the Conservatives had steered the Council over the financial event horizon, and there is no path back to financial sustainability. Many future generations will suffer due to the reckless actions of a few, and this is more than disappointing. This is depressing. This is tragic. The Council is right to set a budget like this one. Avoiding bankruptcy and maintaining control for as long as possible is the priority. If the government commissioners take over when the Council issues a Section 114 notice, then all of the discretionary services could be lost, like car parks, and council tax could go through the roof. I just hope one day the people responsible for wrecking the Council's finances will be held to account. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Garrett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I start, anybody paying Lib Dem bingo? We've had a Truss, we've had a Gove, and we've had 10 mentions of the Tories. Okay, so let's start. So I would like to start by thanking all the officers and the whole team for their time and effort put into putting this budget together. I know this just doesn't happen without many hours of dedication, so thank you to the team. Especially thank you to Vicky, who's dialing in from the Maldives, and many congratulations. Two specific points on the budget. There's a mention of no assumption in the MTFS for local reorganisation, and there's no mention of any funds being allocated for the local government reorganisation. I know other district, at least 4 or 5 other district and boroughs have put in about £250,000 to £500,000. So I know I've asked this question, but I'm going to ask it again. Are we happy that we're not putting anything in this budget? I've already asked a number of questions on this budget at both the Performance and Finance Scrutiny Committee and also at the Executive only last week. So I just wanted to make a few observations. Hindsight is a wonderful thing. Much has been made in this chamber on almost a weekly basis about the damage the previous administration caused by purchasing 2 specific properties. We know that the previous owners had no intention of investing any further money in the square. So if those properties had not been purchased by this council, what would have happened? Would we now see Camberley becoming a ghost town? I regularly see comments on Facebook where residents express that they no longer come into the town. They would rather go elsewhere. One reason for this, by the way, is the car parking charges. So I asked the leader, what would he and his administration done if he were in the council at the time that decision was made? Not much has been made about all the other purchases the same administration had made. We wouldn't have as much money coming into this council and help support the reserves, nor the income we currently have on an annual basis of about £6.3 million. When the leader took over in 2023, within weeks of his appointment, he stood in his very chamber and stated that within 2 years, we were likely to be bankrupt. 2 years later, the prediction has not come to fruition. But during this time, how many businesses have refrained from investing in Surrey Heath because of that statement? How many staff members have decided to leave, and how many new staff have not joined because of it? Unfortunately, we're unable to say with any great certainty, but we can certainly say it will not have helped. Lastly, I am sure we're all fed up with the constant backstabbing that goes on in this chamber on a near regular basis. I'm sure that many residents that are maybe watching on YouTube or see posts on Facebook certainly are. The administration seem only capable of blaming someone else. After 2 years, when do they start taking some responsibility? The Labour government has only been in power for 7 months, but early on they realised they had to stop blaming others and just get on with it. When is this administration going to do the same? Just get on with it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Whitcroft. And then... Okay. All right, yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm hesitating because I'm finding it somewhat difficult to believe that I've just heard what was said by the Leader of the Opposition. It beggars belief, really, that somebody could try to defend the decisions which were made in 2016, which have undoubtedly resulted in the financial disaster, if you like, that this council finds itself in. So let's be very clear that none of us want to adopt the budget proposals put before us this evening. The reason we must adopt these budget proposals this evening is because of the events which took place in 2016. And I don't know what the Leader of the Council is going to do in respect of answering the question about what we would have done in 2016. But I can tell you right now, what I would have done is not touched that investment either in the Mall or in the House of Fraser building with a barge pole, because it was obvious at the time that the swing towards internet shopping was going to have a major impact on the high street. And the due diligence done on the House of Fraser purchase was totally inadequate. So, speaking for myself, no, I wouldn't have touched those investments at all, and nor, I would suggest, would anybody else with any sense of financial responsibility. So, having made that point, when we took over this administration in May 23, I believe the last thing we wanted to do was to pass this budget, which we have before us now. But a key part of our manifesto in 2023 was to ensure that this council returned to a situation where at least we understood the depths of the financial difficulties we were in. Because investing in the properties was one incredibly serious mistake. An even more serious mistake, in my opinion, was trying to put heads in sands to pretend that the financial situation was not as serious as it turned out to be. And that's equally serious as the investments itself. I do not apologise for repeating that. Now, we've heard about Grant Thornton this evening and lots of things that they've said. I have to say, I think possibly it was in reference to the wrong year, because the plain fact of the matter is that in our pursuit of greater transparency, one of the things that we've assisted to do, or helped to do, is to put in place a new finance team. And that finance team has met a lot of the requirements that were suggested by Grant Thornton. They've worked as an effective team with the council's political leadership, and that political leadership has not shied away, unlike some, from making the difficult decisions facing the council. The result is a 2025-26 budget, which, as I keep saying, is not the budget we anticipated in May 23, but at least it will keep the council viable. And given the circumstances, based on past events confronting us, that is a huge achievement. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. So, just going to announce the order. We're going to go. Sorry, Mary. I've forgotten your surname. Sorry. Mary, Lisa, and then Rob. Okay, so Mary.
Thank you, Mayor. On a very different note, I would like to make a comment as my position as chair of the Joint Staff Consultative Group. I think that freezing our councillor allowances shows solidarity with the staff. We were not able to give them the pay rise that we would have liked. I'm sure that all of us would have liked to have been able to give a much higher pay rise to show to the officers in recognition of their hard work and to help cover the increases in the cost of living and inflation. We were unable to do this due to the financial challenges the Council faces and the uncertain future due to local government reorganisation. And so it seems only fair to me that our allowances should be frozen. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fattencourt.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I would like to just add my thanks to Leanne as the portfolio holder, the finance team, and Vicky particularly for joining us this evening, and all the officers across the whole of the council for their tremendous work in pulling this budget together. I appreciate that it's a challenge, and I'm very grateful to all those involved. I support this budget, and there's no doubt that we are navigating extremely perilous waters and have to make some very tough and unpopular decisions. That's the reality of it. But what I do want to acknowledge here now is the great work that this budget allows us to continue doing in terms of supporting the needs of people across the borough. Our community services delivered through Windle Valley Day Centre, our community alarm service, Meals at Home and community transport will continue to support some of our most vulnerable residents. And I would just like to quickly take this opportunity to thank all those who deliver those frontline services because they are the people who often pick up needs within our community that would otherwise go unnoticed, allowing people to get the support that they require in order to maintain their independence for longer. Although not within my portfolio, I don't think Councillor Rise will mind me mentioning Camberley Theatre. As you all know, last year essential works were required in order to keep the theatre operational, and I'm delighted that we've been able under this budget to secure this important resource so that our community can continue to engage with the arts and, of course, the joy of pantomime can continue to be brought to children of Surrey Heath. That is, after all, for many of them, their first introduction to theatre and the arts. Despite its closure in order to address the RAC problem, ticket sales have continued to be very good. And the pantomime had 84% attendance, a total of 42 performances, including BSL and captioned performances to ensure inclusivity for all. I'd like to commend Kaylee particularly and her team who work so hard to save money at every single opportunity, including making pantomime costumes themselves and undertaking decorating work during the closure. Anybody who's been to the theatre lately will have seen that incredible difference. Lastly, I would just like to say that I'm very pleased that we've been able to continue to support organisations through the distribution of revenue grants. These are organisations like the Hope Hub and Citizens Advice Surrey Heath. We cannot underestimate the importance of these organisations, as well as others, who provide support in the most practical of ways to the most vulnerable people in our borough. The staff and volunteers who work for these organisations do an incredible job, and I would urge you to read their annual reports because they make incredibly impressive reading, and I dread to think where we would be without them. In short, I support this budget, and I hope that everybody across the chamber can do the same. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Lisa. Rob, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak, as you indicated, but I think Councillor Garrett triggered me to speak. So, in 1993, the Conservative-controlled Surrey Heath Borough Council sold off over 2,800 local homes here in the borough. Now, if you check the average house price of a house in Surrey Heath at the time, they'd have been best part of, I think, £85,000. The Conservatives got just £10,000 each for them. That's another stonkingly good Conservative property deal. And this is part of the problem of a continued pattern of behaviour over 20 years or more of absolutely appalling investments. Today, if we still had those properties, we'd be the best part of a billionaire council. So that is the fundamental problem of the constant ongoing bad property mogul decisions by the Conservatives.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Are we all, shall I move on? Perfect. Councillor MacDonald, do you wish to exercise your right to reply? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it fairly short and snappy, as I think people have covered off a few things. I have to say, in all honesty, to Councillor Coper and Councillor Garrett, I'm not going to take lectures from them on financial prudence, because I don't think the Conservatives can spell it. In terms of the regeneration that Councillor Quinn mentioned, I understand it, I hear it, but it is again fiscally irresponsible for this council to take on £3 million more debt at 5.5% or 6% interest. I'm sorry, I forgot your name over there. Mr. Jenkinson may be able to advise us of the latest rates, but I think it's about 6%, to get no return on that whatsoever, and with no prospect of a sale value emerging. It is just putting more money after a bad decision back in 2016, as Councillor Whitcroft alluded to. I mean, it was delightful, I think, on a previous occasion to hear that had we not invested, the owners of the property were going to take their money to Bracknell. Well, instead, they took our money to Bracknell. They took £133 per resident per year to Bracknell. That's what the Conservatives did to this council. I take on board the feedback from Councillor Cope around issues arising in the External Auditor's report. I know that Ms. Worsfold, I'm really sorry, Mrs. Radford, she did tell me which she wanted to be named by. Mrs. Radford has double-checked, has reviewed with peers how we're handling MRP, and let's be very clear, it was myself and Councillor McIntyre that made an understanding of the RMRP situation a bit of a crusade. She has verified multiple times that she feels it is appropriate. In terms of decisions around things like the 50 years, those are, again, decisions that we inherited from the Conservative administration. But we will take that back and we will reflect on it and consider the learnings. In terms of LGR, Councillor Garrett, listen, some councils are doing things. I think Surrey's squirreled 5 million away. When I say squirreled away, they've taken on probably another 5 million of debt, similar to us, because they've got 14 days, I think, of runway. But we don't know what that looks like yet, and therefore we haven't factored it in, because I genuinely believe in this particular year, it's probably myself, a number of senior members, and probably a dozen or so officers might be impacted by that. It'll be in future years we'll need to make proper provision for those changes. So thank you for the feedback. We'll certainly take some nuggets out of that, but we won't be taking any lessons on fancy economics from the Conservatives.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Sorry, Councillor MacDonald. Sorry. Same names. See, I should stick to first names, shouldn't I? Right. Anyone else? No. No.
I just wanted to put the clarity, sorry. You want to speak first. Madam Mayor, can I just ask, are we voting on the
Hold on.
freezing of, sorry.
I haven't said that yet.
Oh no, that's what I was asking. Are we coming back to that as a separate item? That's my only point, question. Fine, thank you. I didn't want to vote on something.
I'm just letting everybody rest now. Take it in, digest the budget. Endless hours, days, times have been put in by the finance team. I can't thank them enough, officers, and Leanne and Sean and all of us. We all had a chance to discuss it, speak to the auditors and then everything. I'm sure we all did. And I think we all will be very happy to vote for it today and move on from it. I think we will be, it'll be such a relief to Leanne and to Sean and to myself. So then we can all start spending what we got left. Okay. Right. Now, thank you, members. I would now like to move to the vote on proposal. In accordance with the regulation, it will be necessary to record the names of members who voted for the decision or against the decision, and those who abstained from voting. Now you can just say.
Thank you. So my point of clarity was reference the freezing of the members' allowance. Is that something we're just about to vote on? Because I want to make an amendment to that and suggest we reduce the members' allowance.
I'm going to check on that.
That's why I'm asking for the clarity. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. A little clarification on your behalf. Since we had the right of the leader to explain, to exercise his right to explain, I'm going to throw it back to the leader again. Sorry, leader. Do you want to exercise that as an amendment, or do you want to answer the question as a question and an answer?
Thank you, Mayor. I was invited to respond to wrap up my comments for the budget, which I had proposed and Councillor Rice had seconded. There was no amendments within that period, so I'm afraid I think Councillor Garrett has lost his right to raise an amendment. I do think he had a fair point in terms of just clarifying the addition of the freezing of the councillor's allowance, whether that's a separate vote or whether that's embedded within the vote. My understanding from feedback I had from officers previously was that it was embedded within the main vote. But I think that's one back to the top table to decide on. But to be fair to Councillor Garrett, I think that was the point he was trying to make. But he can't raise an amendment on the budget. He can just seek clarification as a point of order whether or not it's two separate votes or a single vote.
So, thank you. So, just as a clarification, so it's part of the budget, it's part of it, so we're going to go straight to the vote. If you do want to discuss it afterwards, between yourselves, is that all right? Sean, is that all right with you? Sorry. Both Sean's are going to discuss it between yourselves. Thank you. Okay. Right, now we're going to vote. Mrs. Beatongs will call out your names and ask you to indicate whether you are voting in favour, against, or proposing abstain with the vote. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to read out your names, and could you say whether, when I've read your name, whether you vote for, against, or are abstaining? Alan Ashbury.
For.
Louise Ashbury.
For.
Cliff Betton.
For.
Johnny Cope.
Abstain.
Kel Feenan-Cook.
For.
Lisa Feenan-Cook.
For.
Sean Garrett.
For.
Mary Glowart.
For.
Mark Gordon.
For.
Julie Howd. Dave Hoff.
For.
Nirmal Kang.
For.
Sabi Kang.
For.
Rob Lee.
For.
Sean MacDonald.
For.
Emma Jane McGrath.
For.
Jack Olmo.
For.
David O'Mahony.
For.
Jonathan Quinn.
Abstain.
Marie Rowlands. Morgan Rise.
For.
John Skipper.
For.
Pat Tedder.
For.
Josh Thorne.
For.
Kevin Thompson.
For.
Ying Ton Perrett.
For.
Victoria Wheeler.
For.
David Whitcroft.
For.
Valerie White.
For.
For. Richard Wilson.
For.
I have the results. 27 in favour, 0 against, 3 abstained. Therefore, I declare the motion carried. Little breather, now we move on. Moving on to agenda item 9, I would like to invite Councillor MacDonald to introduce the report on the sitting of council tax for 2025/2026, and then move a proposal.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to apologise to yourself and to the Chamber for getting a blood rush before and launching straight into it. So I would like to propose this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to second.
Members, this is a technical report, and unless members have any questions with regards to the figures, it is proposed to move straight to a vote. In accordance with the regulation, it will be necessary to record the names and members of who vote for a decision or against a decision, and those who abstain from voting. Again, I will invite Natalie. I'm sorry, Natalie, can I call you Natalie? Thank you. We'll call out your names and you are asked to indicate whether you are voting in favour or against or proposing abstaining and voting. Right, before we vote, Councillor MacDonald?
I think everybody's heard my voice enough today, Mayor, so I won't say anything further. Thank you.
So we shall carry on. Natalie, over to you.
Alan Ashbury. For. Louise Ashbury.
For.
Cliff Betton. For. Johnny Cope.
For.
Kel Finnan Cook. For. Lisa Finnan Cook.
For.
Sean Garrett.
For.
Mary Goart. Sorry.
For.
Mark Gordon.
For.
Julie Howd. For. Dave Hoff.
For.
Nirmal Kang. For. Sabi Kang. For. Rob Lee.
For.
Sean MacDonald.
For.
Emma Jane McGrath.
For.
Jack Olmo.
For.
David O'Mahony.
For.
Jonathan Quinn.
For.
Marie Rowlands. For. Morgan Rise.
For.
John Skipper.
For.
Pat Tedder.
For.
Josh Thorne.
For.
Kevin Thompson.
For.
Ying Tom Perrott. For. Victoria Wheeler.
For.
David Whitcroft. For. Helen Whitcroft. Oh, sorry. Valerie White.
For.
And Richard Wilson.
For.
30. And 5, isn't it? No abstentions. So it was 30, 0.
Thank you. Now I will call out the results. In favour, 30. Against, 0. Abstain, 0. I declare the motion carried. If anybody wants a 2-minute break. Okay. 2 minutes. Okay, yeah. Oh, there's going to be a queue at the toilets.
I can't take them.
Right. Are we ready? Are we ready?
Yes.
Shall I sit them down? Please be all seated for the second half. Oh, was it? Oh, okay. Second act. We did say the Camberley Theatre is a very nice place to attend. So. Waiting for you, Councillor Lee.
Sorry, Matt.
Okay, moving on, item number 10. I would like to ask Jonathan Quinn to move his motion.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose the motion included in the agenda.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Second that motion.
Thank you. Councillor Quinn, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, firstly, I'm a bit taken aback. I'm surprised that every other group supported the budget. It seems I'm now the leader of the opposition on the council. And if Councillor Cope wants to have a talk about a defection, then I'd be very welcome. Thank you, Mayor. I'll aim to keep this speech short but sweet. I propose this motion for consideration today because we stand at a critical juncture for Surrey Heath. With our area set to become a unitary authority next May, now is the time to press for lowering the voting age to 16. This motion recognises the importance of engaging our younger residents in civic life, ensuring they have a say and develop a habit of voting that will strengthen our democracy for years to come. We know that turnout is a big problem in local government elections, and this could be a measure to help improve that. So this motion supports the government's manifesto promise to lower the voting age to 16, reform already in place for elections in Wales and Scotland. At 16, our young people are entrusted with significant responsibilities. They can consent to sex, they can enjoy a drink with a meal at a restaurant, alcoholic drink, and they can even study politics at A-level. By 17, young people can learn to drive on our roads, which, let's face it, is a much more dangerous and significant step compared to having the right to vote. These benchmarks underline that we should regard our young people as ready to exercise their democratic rights. Research consistently shows early political engagement leads to a lifelong participation in elections, ensuring that voting becomes a habit and not just an occasional exercise. Given the imminent local government reorganisation, we must act swiftly. I call on our leader to write to the relevant government minister without delay, urging that the necessary adjustments can be made in the next King's Speech so that a votes at 16 bill can be introduced in the next session of Parliament. You may ask, why is this motion necessary when the Labour government are already committed to votes at 16? The reason is we want votes at 16 in time for May 2026 and not introduced later in the Parliament. It is up for us to apply focused pressure to make sure this is a reality. I also wish to address possible amendments that may be proposed to introduce other ideas into this motion, such as proportional representation. While electoral reform is a worthwhile discussion we can have in this chamber, and I'd be really happy to have it, broadening this motion at this pivotal moment risks diluting a clear message. Any amendments would steer us into party political debates and jeopardise the sharp focus required to ensure our letter to the Minister is taken seriously. It's simply a fact that the government have made clear that they don't support proportional representation at the moment. We need to decide whether we're sending a letter to the Minister to try and achieve a result, or whether it's just an act of party politics and a chance to boost manifesto commitments about different policies. In conclusion, by recognising the importance of early political engagement, endorsing the government's commitment to lowering the voting age, and acting decisively as Surrey transitions to a unitary authority, we should be paving the way for a more inclusive and vibrant democratic process. I urge you all to support this motion so that our young people not only gain the vote, but also develop a healthy habit of voting, a small change today that will have lasting benefits for Surrey Heath. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor Rowlands, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was going to say it was very depressing because based on the print that came out today, it looked as though it was the usual story of damning our youngsters and criticism of them, until I heard the leader of the council actually talking about some positive aspects of the youngsters in our community. And that was a positive, really positive side of it. I actually went down to the first meeting of the group he was talking about at Pleasure's Leisure, and it was delightful to see that beginning to happen, and it should flower in a more comprehensive way. We have only one youth club operating, I think, on Old Deanham in the whole of the borough, which is a shame. There were rumours that one used to exist in the West, and I would like to work towards having another youth club of some kind operating here, but of course it's a county responsibility, and we have to talk to our county friends and try and persuade them likewise. So it gives me pleasure to suggest that. There's a question that I discovered here that if young people know going to work resulted in a better living, they knew that they could get a hospital appointment if they knew they could expect to have a decent housing when they actually are thinking about marriage. I'm thinking about young people as a group. The necessity for us is to make sure that this group in a society are recognised and are given a more fulfilling opportunity from us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Rowlands. I would like to invite members to discuss the motion and make any comments. All those who want to do the hands up, please. Right, Cope. Garrett. Anyone else? Okay, we'll start with Councillor Cope, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Firstly, I want to give credit to Councillor Quinn for continuing to campaign for young people in our area to become more involved in democracy, both nationally and locally. I've supported previous measures that he's brought to the council in this area, but I'm afraid what I'm about to say might cause a withdrawal of that Labour Party membership form. As a society, we have made a decision that 18 is the age at which you become an adult, and we have to set that bar somewhere. Other countries are different, but I broadly think 18 feels about right. The age at which we say you are sufficiently responsible to make decisions about your own life is 18. Decisions about drinking, decisions about smoking, decisions about leaving full-time education. While, as Councillor Quinn pointed out, there are some restrictions that are lifted at an earlier age, 18 is the age at which we as a society consider someone to be a responsible adult. And voting is a right, but it is also a responsibility. It's a responsibility to your fellow citizens. It seems contradictory to me that on the one hand, we say you are sufficiently responsible to make a decision that's going to affect who the government of the day is and the services that are provided to your fellow residents. But you are not sufficiently responsible to go into the pub and order a beer, or even to live without having an adult legally responsible for you. Therefore, I cannot support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Cope. Would you like to turn your mic off? Thank you. Councillor Garrett, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Quinn, for your motion. We've not got a whip on this, by the way, just for the record, because I am undecided on this, to the extent, because it's not something I've actually got a big decision on either way. So I actually went on to ChatGPT and asked it the question about pros and cons. And I've also made some notes while you were talking. So this is just random thoughts, but I want to listen to the debate to make my decision. So I obviously recognise the importance of engaging with the younger residents. I get that. Do we believe that reducing the age will actually increase the turnout? Do we really think that this would happen before May 2026? Engaging with the youth at the Club Dean has certainly shown engagement from them, and certainly as a governor at Collingwood, I know from the citizenship team, they are very engaged. So I do get it. But as far as the pros and cons go, so pros, enhanced political engagement. Lowering the voting age could increase political interest, engagement among young people, fostering a sense of civic duty. Responsibilities without rights. At 16, individuals can already engage in various responsibilities, such as working full-time, joining the army, and getting married. Allowing them to vote would align their rights with their responsibilities. Youth interest represented. Young people have unique perspectives on issues like education, climate change and social justice. Lowering the voting age could ensure their voices are heard in political process. Educational benefits. Introducing voting at 16 could be accompanied by improved citizenship, education, helping young people develop a better understanding of political systems and issues. Cons. Maturity concerns. Critics argue that 16-year-olds may lack the maturity and life experience needed to make informed voting decisions. Political apathy. There is a concern that young people might not be interested in politics, leading to low voter turnout among the 16 to 18 age group. Preserving childhood. Some believe that adolescence should be the time for a personal development and education without the added responsibility of voting. And final point, potential for manipulation. Younger voters might be more susceptible to influence from social media and political campaigns raising concerns about the integrity of their votes. I'm undecided. I would love to hear the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Councillor Hull?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to propose an amendment to this motion.
I'm just giving everybody a few minutes to read it. Councillor Hoff, do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'd like to second this amendment.
Councillor Quinn?
Thank you. I'm aware we have a very busy agenda tonight, so I'm willing to accept this amendment. I don't know whether the proposal secretary still wish to speak, but we could accept this. I would be prepared to. Just to save time, feel free to, I'm sure you've got really good speeches, so please do share them if you like to.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor Hoff, would you like to answer that, please?
Thank you. I'll accept Councillor Quinn's motion and proposal in the interest of time. And if anyone would like to hear my speech, please catch me afterwards. Thank you.
Very noble of you. Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you. I was actually going to support the original motion, and I have no problem whatsoever with the amendment, with the exclusion of the scrapping of the voter ID scheme, because actually all of the reports that I've read is that the voter ID scheme has not disengaged people and actually has cut down on the potential of fraudulent voting. So I would like to propose an amendment to your amendment, if possible, to remove item III, in which case I would be really happy to support the original motion as amended, but not with the scrapping of voter ID. I've had the benefit, I do need to declare non-pecuniary interest in that I have been involved with a group that looks at the way in which elections take place around the world. And my son is a volunteer, a senior volunteer with that organisation and does all their training. So I just need to sort of announce that so that there is absolutely no conflict of interest. But without that amendment, I know that I certainly would be really happy to support it.
Thank you.
So I think my question is Councillor Hough happy to move small three eyes?
We got that.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to...
Right, Councillor Hough, it's back to you to decide.
On a point of order, Madam.
Or do you have a seconder? Thank you, we got that.
Point of order. Can I just inquire advice as to whether the Constitution allows an amended motion to be amended back to its original text, which I don't believe it is.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. Okay, I'm going to hand this over to Natalie to explain the order we're going to be working on this. Over to you, Natalie.
Thank you, Mayor. From reviewing the Constitution, it's not 100% clear, but we think the most logical way of dealing with this is to work backwards through the motion. So we'll start with Councillor Wheeler, which has been seconded. So if you want to speak to that, then vote on that. And then if that's, and then we go backwards through to the next one. That makes sense.
Point of order, could someone share a written copy of what this amendment is so we can still understand it?
I'm very happy to take a pen and scratch out I, if it helps, but there is within the Constitution the opportunity for a brand new brand new motion, let alone an amendment to a motion. And given that this motion was presented to us when we arrived here this evening, I'm really sorry I didn't anticipate it. I try to read minds, but I'm afraid I don't always get there, Councillor Lee, so I have no option to share with you. So it is, the amendment is I. So the part that says that just the automatic system inclusion, the electoral register, and then full stop after register, and the scrapping of the previous government's voter ID scheme. So that is the bit that I'm looking to have removed. Everything else remains as is. So, no, it will still be I, but there will be a full stop after the word register, and it will remove the scrapping of the previous government's ID scheme. So that is the only bit that I am looking to remove. Is that clear, and shall I have a very quick word?
To accept that. If he accepts that, and then it's not an amendment, it's just deleting that. And if he's happy with it, then we can vote on it.
We can go back to this.
I'm on it. Right, okay. Just a minute, Jonathan. Sorry. Right. Councillor Hoff, this is for you now. Now, if you accept this, Councillor Wheeler's deletion of the line, then please let us know.
Point of order. I'm not
Councillor
clear.
Quinn, if you just let Councillor Hoff speak, and then I'll come back to
It's
you.
not a proposer or seconder of the motion. How could he accept the amendment?
Yeah, but this is the amendment to the amendment?
But I accepted the first amendment, so now so it's part of the whole motion now.
If I may, just in the Constitution, all requests should go back to the original proposer of the motion. So it should, so it should now go to Councillor Quinn rather than Councillor Huff.
That's fine, but we were working backwards, you see, so we went to Councillor Wheeler, then Councillor Hoff, and then we was going to come to Councillor Quinn. Is that accepted? Are you happy, or shall we just go straight to Councillor Quinn? Councillor Hoff, sorry, we're going to go straight to Councillor Quinn. Is that all right? All yours now.
Sorry, yeah, thank you. Sorry for speaking and interrupting you, Mayor. I'm very sorry for that. I just want to make clear that I'm happy to accept the First Amendment, not the Second Amendment. So this copy of the motion that's been handed out, this is, as far as I know, the motion to the extent that I've accepted an amendment. I hope that's clear. Thank you.
So, Councillor Wheeler, you need to speak again, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I love the opportunity to speak again. I will speak very briefly to my motion. So I recognise and accept the benefit in the motion as amended, so as proposed and as amended. However, I cannot support the scrapping of the previous government's voter ID scheme, as voter ID, I feel, is a good and positive thing for a fair and equitable voting system. And so, therefore, I think where we are now is that my amended motion becomes the motion that we vote on first, and then if it fails, we go back to the first motion. But I am sure that Councillor Rise will correct me if I've got that in the wrong order. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Councillor Tedder, would you like to speak?
I'm sorry, I haven't got a mic, Madam Mayor. Only to say that I don't believe that we should scrap the ID. It's proved very worthwhile, as you see in lots of reports in the paper, once we have elections. So I firmly believe that we should continue to have the ID. Otherwise, I also support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tedder. Are there any comments on the proposed amendment? Okay. Kevin Thompson. Anyone else? Right. Councillor Thompson, please.
Just one very quick point, that if we're going to insist on voter ID, we have to take into account that 16 and 17-year-olds are far less likely to have ID, and voter ID already negatively impacts certain sections of society who are less likely to have ID, and I think this is a step in the wrong direction, which goes against the what we're trying to achieve with this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Betton, and then Emma Jones.
Thank you. I agree entirely with what Councillor Thompson has just said. I think the idea of voter ID is wrong. It smacks of having to have your papers with you. It's leading us down a very unpleasant path, especially in these days, and I would vote against it.
Thank you.
Just to say that 16-year-olds will have like travel passes and that, and they also have library passes.
They are.
But there also is the scheme that they do for photo IDs anyway for 16-year-olds.
Thank you. Okay, Jonathan?
Thank you. I'd just like to make a clarification that not all forms of ID are currently accepted as voter ID, and school IDs, rail cards, etc. are not included. So a lot of IDs that 16 and 17-year-olds have would not be included in the legislation. Thank you.
Julie?
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I wasn't going to use my seconders speech because we were going to move quickly on, but I think I'm going to recycle it now. Speaking from personal experience, I support 7 young people, or I help support 7 young people, I'm not claiming more credit, in an HMO here in Camberley. Only 2 of them are registered to vote because the barriers to registering they perceive are so high that they're not registered. That's 2 out of 7 people who could vote but aren't. And they don't vote because of the issue of ID. Only 2 of them can drive and therefore have a driver's licence. The rest don't even have a provisional licence. They don't have the funding for that. They live near Camberley. They walk into town. They don't have bus passes. They don't have passports. They don't have anything. We're looking at 5 out of 7 people, young people here in Camberley. I know it's just a sample of one house, but there are huge barriers to voting by requiring voter ID. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so now we're going to vote on Councillor Wheeler's motion amendment. So would Councillor Wheeler, before we go to the vote, do you have a right to reply?
That's my fault. That's my fault.
Giving you an extra chance. I'm being very generous today. That's noted. So we're going to go to the voting of Councillor Wheeler's amendment. So please raise your hands. Show us your hands for. So thank you. Now against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Any abstentions? No. We got our maths right. There shouldn't be any. Right. Right, I have the results. 7 for, 23 against, no abstain. So therefore, it's not carried. Motion's not carried. Moving on. Now we move to... So now we move back to the original. So, Councillor Quinn.
I have nothing more to say. I think we should get straight to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hoff. No, it's Councillor Hoff. That's it. So now, straight to vote. Okay. Right. Okay, so now we're going straight to the vote, please. All those raise your... Oh.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, so apologies. Do we not now get to speak on the original motion as it is? Sorry, thank you.
Does anyone wish to speak?
Okay, does anybody wish to speak? What?
Sorry.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. The rise of cancel culture and groupthink amongst young people, particularly in colleges, presents significant concerns when considering extending the vote to 16 and 17-year-olds. Cancel culture involves ostracising individuals for holding opinions that deviate from mainstream narrative, often leading to a climate of fear and suppression amongst their peers. This is prevalent amongst the younger generation, who are highly active on social media platforms where public shaming and backlash are swift and severe. Allowing 16 and 17-year-olds to vote in this environment could amplify these issues further in the political arena. The susceptibility of young people to groupthink, where the desire for conformity and cohesion within the group overrides independent and critical thinking, which could lead to voting patterns that reflect popular but potentially harmful ideologies. Peer pressure and the fear of being cancelled may discourage younger voters from expressing diverse and dissenting opinions, resulting in an ostracised electorate that lacks genuine representation. Moreover, the rapid spread of information and misinformation on social media can further exacerbate groupthink, as younger voters might be swayed by viral trends and emotionally charged content rather than informed decision-makings. This environment could undermine the integrity of the democratic process, leading to outcomes driven by fleeting social media movements rather than thoughtful, informed choices. Unfortunately, because of this, I won't be able to support your motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thorne. Councillor Hone, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I have to strongly disagree with Councillor Thorne. As I said just now, I support 7 young people. I can tell you they are not struggling with groupthink and cancel culture. I think our young people are more than able to think for themselves. I'm a parent of one. I see it every day in my house. I would submit, though, that older people, the middle-aged, etc., are very vulnerable to cancel culture and are extremely vulnerable to a lack of critical thinking ability. If we're going to determine whether you can vote based on your ability to apply critical thinking, I think we need to look long and hard at our entire voting population. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Parrott and then Councillor Kang. Anyone else? And okay.
Okay, 16-year-olds, what do you think? GCSEs. They all have thinking. They all think for themselves. And I mean, we were saying in my culture that the young will be the pillars of society in the future. So can you remember yourself at the age of 16? What were you thinking? I mean, I was reading up about world news, wanting to make a change in the world. And you think that the kids today don't want to make an impact in the world, change in the world, instead of just playing games? They do. Trust me, they do. I've got a teenager at home. And I mean, we've all been there and done that. So I do believe that giving them responsibility would reap responsibility in them in future. And they would, what do? They Google, they research, they do actually think for themselves. So give them a voting age, lower the voting age. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Under the Constitution, under Part 4, Section A, 13, point L, I now move that the question now be put.
Okay, we're just going to let Councillor Kang...
No, I've made a motion which needs to be addressed immediately.
But do I still get a right of reply? Just to
No,
finish the debate?
No, you don't. No, that's just...
It's part of the Constitution, Sean.
I'm just going to give a few seconds for Natalie to check that, if that's okay. Thank you. Right. I'm looking at you, but I will come to you. We're going to conclude this very shortly and quickly. Councillor Rice, do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Mayor.
Thank you. Now we're going to go straight to vote. On that motion. We're going to vote on to go into the vote.
That is correct.
Mayor, I'd just like to seek a clarification. I understand that this closure motion can be brought to end the debate, but I want clarification on whether this goes to the right to reply to summarise the debate, the person who's proposed a motion. There's some wording in the Constitution that we found that suggests that even if there is a closure motion, there is still a right to reply for the proposer to speak at the very end of the debate, and that can't be cut off by this kind of motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Councillor Quinn, I thought you already said that you didn't want to...
That was before the debate was then extended. There's been more speakers speaking since.
Right. Okay. I think that's it. That's what I was going to say. Good. Right. I've made an executive decision, or shall I say mayoral decision. We're going to vote on Councillor Rice's motion first, and then we're going to come back to you, Councillor Quinn. Happy with that? Now, I'm going to say that now. We're going to vote now. Is that okay, or does anybody want to speak? Perfect. Right. Please raise your hands on Councillor Rice's. Okay, hands down, thank you. Now, against, please. Thank you. Any abstain? I have the results in no particular order. 17 for, 12 against, and 1 abstain. Therefore, the voting motion's going. Councillor Quinn, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Just a brief right of reply. I really would have liked to have heard what Councillor Perrott-Tong or what Councillor Kang had to say. I'm sure if they were allowed to speak, actually, we would have got this over and done with a lot quicker. Having said that, I just wanted to address the comments about groupthink. And I think it's unfair to associate that idea with 16 and 17-year-olds. I more associate that idea with the Conservative councillors who sat round this chamber in 2016 and all voted without sufficient scrutiny to buy the Mao and the House Fraser. That shows that people of any age can suffer from that, not necessarily 16 and 17-year-olds. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I feel like 16 today, actually. Right, so now we're moving on to voting for Jonathan's. That's it. Yeah? Okay, now we're voting for Councillor Quinn's motion. That's it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, yes. Yeah. So are we having hands up or are we can't? Okay. Are everybody happy to put their hands up for? Unless you're requesting it. That's it.
You don't have to, it's not how it works. Everywhere else we name vote. Yeah, because it's the budget, I mean the constitution. Right, all those four.
Well, by the time we called everybody's names, the time's clicking on. Is that all right? Okay. 4. Thank you. Against? Any abstention? No. Okay, so I've got the results, which is 22 for, 8 against, no abstain. So I declare the motion carried, yeah? Thank you very much. Okay. Right.
Point of order. We've got quite a lengthy agenda item coming up now, and we've got 15 minutes to discuss it in. Do we think that it's a good idea to start this, or should all the reminding items be deferred? Because we've got 3 more agenda items, and we've got 15 minutes, and I don't think we can give them the due diligence they need in this chamber tonight in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Sorry, may I just raise a point of order? I believe that we have to do it at 10 o'clock if we're going to extend the meeting. Sorry, we have to do it at 9:30 if we're going to vote to extend the meeting. And we are no longer in a position whereby we can vote to extend the meeting. I think we've gone past time if we could just have that clarification.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention. I'm going to let Nick to read out a little paragraph.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm glad to stand because my leg is hurting somewhat. Reading from the Constitution, at 10 o'clock the Mayor must ask the members present whether they wish to adjourn the meeting immediately, conclude the business of the evening by 10:30 or adjourn to a different date. The meeting must adjourn no later than 10:30. The Council will only suspend this standing order on rare occasions when circumstances justify doing so. The motion to suspend this standing order must be seconded and then put to a vote without discussion. I would be guided by the Mayor as to whether or not we think it's close enough to 10 o'clock to make this decision now.
Point of order, Mayor. I would like to suspend Standing Order 9.1 and invoke Clause 9.2 to continue and finish the business tonight. We have a number of visitors that have been kind enough to stay with us all evening. I think we deserve to give them justice as well.
Do you have a seconder?
I second.
Can I just ask for clarity? So by suspending that, does that mean we have to... Sorry, Madam Mayor, sorry. By suspending that, does that mean we have to go for every single agenda item now until we finish? Yes. Just to clarify. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yes, so that is correct. Okay. So we're moving on to agenda. Oh, sorry. See, I'm so eager to carry on. We're going to a vote now. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As proposed by the leader, we are effectively removing 9.1 from the Constitution, suspending that as a standing order to continue with business. So, as such, we would ask for a show of hands for those in favour of the motion. Okay, so I'm doing the boxes now. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 against. So 19. 19 for. Thank you. And, sorry. Those against? So 21 now. Yeah. So the vote to suspend Standing Order 9.1 is carried by 21 votes to 9.
Okay. We've got that clarified. Now, agenda item 11. I would like to invite the Chief
Mayor,
Executive.
I request to make a personal explanation. It's an explanation to explain my lack of a declaration of interest on this item, if it's okay with you.
Thank you.
And just to explain, it's under Council Procedure Rules 14.12.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm addressing a question which I'm sure will be coming up soon about my lack of declaration on this agenda item. It is self-evident that I want the CGR to go ahead. I requested it, and everything I've said and done publicly and privately before and since has been part of my public political campaign for it to go ahead. To use predetermination rules as a pretext to prevent me from speaking and voting on this would set a very dangerous and ridiculous precedent. It would mean no councillor could bring a request before this council to decide on which they believed was beneficial to the public and still speak and vote on it. This interpretation of predetermination would create a catch-22 situation and bring disrepute to the council. Predetermination rules exist to prevent financial obligations or other obligations to others from influencing councillors' decisions, and a reasonable person could understand this purpose of the rules. In this case, the council's rules are being misused by third parties in order to protect their vested interests and shut me up undemocratically. However, I can confirm that I received officer advice that I should not speak or vote on this agenda item. Should is not must, and I must represent the electorate on this item, regardless of the consequences for me personally. Luckily, the Members' Code of Conduct explicitly protects my right to speak and vote on this. Section 7.1 says that councillors can campaign politically on an issue and they will not be prohibited from speaking and voting on it. I can go even further because I still have an open mind on the issue. The recommended proposal is to defer consideration of the CGR, and I do not know how I will vote on this. I am hoping to hear concessions offered by the leadership, but I have no idea if that will happen during the debate. Regardless of what the Code of Conduct and Constitution say, Article 10 of the European Convention on Human Rights under the Human Rights Act protects my freedom of expression in this instance. Case law has upheld this interpretation as it applies to local councillors. Therefore, my position is that I will remain in the chamber and contribute as normal. There is no mechanism in the Constitution for officers to expel councillors from council. I have been placed here by the electorate. However, I'm not here to be unruly. Council Procedure Rule 20.6 exists and could be used to expel me. If Council passes a motion properly under this rule to expel me, then I confirm I will comply and leave the building. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I'm going to hand this over to Natalie to explain. Is that all right? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I confirm that I have provided all councillors with advice on the difference between predetermination and predisposition, specifically in relation to this item. I have also provided advice on the risks associated with participating once it's been determined that you are predetermined in this matter. And the risks are related to the risk of judicial review of the decision. But ultimately, it's the decision of the individual member after receiving that advice as to whether or not they choose to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Councillor Wilson, do you wish to speak?
Not at the moment, thank you.
Thank you. Oh. No. Sorry? Councillor Wheeler, what's this in relation to?
Thank you, Mayor. It's in relation to a relatively similar issue, but I will take guidance from the monitoring officer as whether I should talk now or wait until the matter comes forward for debate.
Okay, Councillor Wheeler, we are going to let you speak.
It's preference is really what is better for anything. And can I just say I'm also talking on behalf of members of my group. The request for a CGR was received by the council 10 months ago. In the intervening period, Emma has resigned as a parish councillor. Councillor Malvaganam has walked the floor. A decision to abolish borough councils has been made, and there have been many debates and decisions, some of which have already been reversed or proved impossible to implement. Unless we accept that debate is open and honest exchange of ideas, and that any one of us could be persuaded to change our mind, any councillor that proposes a motion could be excluded from voting on it. It could be stated as predetermination. However, the debate that ensues and their ability to accept an amendment, as we have seen this evening, or change their mind, classifies it as predisposition rather than predetermination. They are free and able to take part in a debate that looks at reasoned argument and considers all facts and change their mind. Therefore, a request for a CGR coming for up to a year ago is undoubtedly predisposition, but not predetermination. Any decision that I make, and I am confident, having spoken with them, that I speak for all members of my group, will be based on cost, democracy, benefit, timing, and legal responsibilities. There is nothing to suggest in the writing of the request to ask Surrey Heath Borough Council to conduct a CGR that following the initial engagement with residents, that there was no appetite, that cost should outweigh the benefit, or that one or other of us would have not been open and are not open to not supporting the CGR at this time, particularly bearing in mind the complete overhaul of local government. Based on an inquiring mind and a fair and open mind, I will be taking part in this debate with a clear conscience. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Okay. Right, agenda item 11. I would like to invite Chief Executive to introduce the report on community governance review. Stevens, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Wheeler is correct. In March last year, the Chief Executive received a request to conduct a community governance review of Windlesham Parish. The outcome sought to create 2 new parish areas, within the current Windlesham parish area, that being Windlesham North and Windlesham South. During August and September, the Council conducted a preliminary consultation with residents in Windlesham Parish, and the results are shown in Annex A. The officer report before you is clear. The outcome from this preliminary consultation indicates that, based solely on the responses received, there is an element of support within Windlesham Village for conducting a CGR. There are two key reasons why the recommendation in front of you seeks a deferral. The first one is in relation to the Council's finances, which are a fundamental challenge for us all. And through our transformation programme, we're working to reduce our expenditure wherever possible. Community governance review for a single parished area is a cost to the Council in terms of not only its scarce resource, but also it's a cost which currently is unclear and unbudgeted. Secondly, we've heard it in the Chamber as well, local government reorganisation. This places great uncertainty over the future of the makeup of Surrey as a county, and it also places significant burden on the resources of the Council. Frustratingly, the English Devolution White Paper makes little reference to the role of parished areas. However, we do believe there will be some clarity in the form of a community white paper. Whilst that hasn't been formalised, we do hope that it expresses the importance of parish councils and ultimately what the expectation is for unparished areas within Surrey and beyond. We also hope that in a similar manner to the white paper on English devolution, there is some clarity around the scale and the nature of parish councils and their responsibilities. Surrey Heath has a mix of parished and unparished areas, and there's a natural logic in waiting to understand the government's aspirations for these before conducting a CGR in a single parished area. I need to be clear again, the recommendation in front of you isn't to close the door on a community governance review for Windlesham, and you'll see paragraph 5.1 of the report, which sets out the objectives which were previously contained within the 25-26 annual plan. Those two objectives have now been amended into a single objective, which effectively requires us as a local authority to prepare a report for Council setting out the process, timelines and resources required by September or within 3 months of the community white paper being published, ultimately whichever is sooner. As I say, again, we are not closing the door on a community governance review. It's very much about taking a measured, considered, wider approach to how we deal with parished areas in Surrey Heath. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Stevens. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor. I wish to move the alternative proposal 1 from paragraph 4.1 to conduct the CGR and use the terms of reference as set out in the March 2024 request. And I reserve my right to speak, and I believe I may have a seconder. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, do you have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I am happy to second that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler.
And obviously reserve the right to speak.
I wouldn't deny that. Councillor Wilson, you have the right to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, you have heard of problems with community governance in Windlesham many times. The parish councillors elected by the people of Windlesham are not permitted to decide how public resources are used on their behalf. The agreement, which was the result of the previous CGR, has been reneged on. Local village committee decisions are overturned. Village powers have been grabbed back by the central, huge mega parish council. Public money is wasted on self-promotion and internal council politics. Political power has been prioritised over the public interest. Every time the public in Windlesham are asked, they overwhelmingly demand their own parish council. That is why I requested the Community Governance Review. Windlesham Parish Council is over 3 times the size of the next biggest parish in the borough, comprising 3 distinct village communities. It is a historical anomaly due to the way the villages have grown over the last 100 plus years. There is a reason why we don't receive requests from Chobham, West End and Bisley Parish Councils asking to merge into a mega parish like Windlesham. Parishes should be one local community, not a replacement for the Borough Council in size, where villages have to compete with each other for resources and political decisions disadvantage 1 or 2 villages. I am aware as much as anyone how precarious this council's financial position is. However, this CGR is exceptionally simple and can be carried out with no additional financial cost. The cost of this process is officer time. We are lucky to have exceptionally capable officers who now do not have to run county elections in May. Working groups are being mothballed, projects cancelled, and capacity is being freed up over the next few months. Over a year ago, we set up a facility for residence panels. It was agreed that there would be officer resource for 2 of these per year. None have yet happened, so that extra resource can be used to conduct the CGR2. The wards of North and South Windlesham already exist, as do their respective polling districts. No additional mapping is required. The Windlesham Village Committee already exists with its own precept, earmarked reserves and sale funds. And of course, much of the public consultation has already taken place to produce this report today. This CGR would be much simpler and easier to conduct than any of the others it has been compared with. Liberal Democrat colleagues, we were elected on a promise to campaign for residents. I addressed you all a year ago before I submitted the CGR, and you all assured me that you would be open to supporting me. Many of you have seen the vitriol, abuse and smears that I have received since I made the request. And you will have heard the public questions submitted by the Parish Council earlier, attempting to protect their personal vested interests with no regard expressed for the public interest. Colleagues, this is a free vote. Justice delayed is justice denied. As we have heard, this council has a short lifespan remaining. Are we hoping to achieve any beneficial changes for the electorate in the remainder of our terms? This is a small, no-cost measure which will restore public service to community governance in Windlesham and give the public a democratic say in a system they consent to. This is a very rare opportunity to vote to change something that matters. Please vote in favour of this motion to conduct a CGR now with the terms of reference as set out in the March 2024 request.
Councillor Wilson,
Thank you,
are you
Mayor.
wrapping up soon?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Wheeler, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'm going to talk very fast. At last month's extraordinary council meeting was pretty much dedicated to passionate speeches about the need and importance of democracy. The leader, Councillor MacDonald, the deputy leader, Councillor Rise, Councillor Noble, Councillor Whitcroft, Councillor Kang, Councillor Quinn, Councillor Hoff, Councillor Garrett, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Richardson, Councillor O'Mahony, Councillor Betton, Councillor Skipper and Councillor Lee all spoke with some passion about the importance of giving residents the opportunity to vote, make a choice and support democracy. I am therefore hopeful that this was not a single item passion and at the very least I can expect support from Councillor MacDonald, the leader who in support of his motion last month made the point that the personal and local connections are lost and spoke about the importance of local warriors. He went on to say, I believe strongly that a feeling of place and community identity is crucially important in ensuring that residents stay connected to their elected representatives and vice versa. And thus I am appalled by the thought of a monster. I look forward to his support, as some may feel that keeping the parish council as it is leaving those elected to the voting whims of a monster parish council that has removed the ability of local decision-making. Councillor MacDonald, I look forward to your support. Councillor Rise made the statement that local government reform must place the interest of residents at its heart, not the interests of politicians. It must address residents' concerns. He went on to urge all members to uphold the right of democracy and said we should defend democracy. He later said, if we allow the vote in May to be cancelled, we are taking away the voice of the residents. That is the truth of it. Yes, Councillor Rise, that is the truth of it if we do not move forward with the CGR. Councillor Noble went on to say to defend democracy, let us vote. Unfortunately, she is unable to vote this evening. Councillor Whitcroft talked about how it was wrong for decisions to be made by members elected previously and argued that it was undemocratic and reflected in entrenched views. I am assuming that I can count on his support, as there is no logical argument that decisions should be made about Windlesham Village by those not elected to represent them. Councillor Kang mentioned that the Conservative majority and members of Surrey County Council had failed their residents and how people wanted to hang on to power, and went on to say that elections stop the concentration of decisions to a few elected representatives, and to say that we should not deny the residents a vote and to hold their elected representatives accountable. Councillor Kang, I look forward to your support to ensure that those not elected to represent Windlesham Village do not hang on to power. Councillor Quinn talked about a critical moment and the importance of devolving power to local communities, and that they should reflect the local population. He also said that the structure clearly needs change and that the status quo was no longer acceptable and that our residents deserve better. A simple process where they know how to hold their councillors accountable, and reform gives this opportunity in local government. He also went on to say that he would strongly support the creation of a Camberley Town Council. And he said we could look at now ensuring decisions made by residents that live in Camberley have a personal stake in decisions. Councillor Quinn, I look forward to your support.
Councillor
so that we can
Wheeler,
get on
are you
with
wrapping up
reflecting the
soon?
local population
Are you
and can
wrapping
look
up soon,
at
yeah?
the CGR now. I thought I had 8 minutes. I think I'm at 5. Councillor Hoff, you said very eloquent. Councillor Hoff, you said that supported powers should be devolved, and he felt that by not voting would give the impression that local residents' thoughts don't matter. Councillor Hoff, I look forward to your support. I could go right the way through. There's a lot of other councillors that all talked about democracy. I appreciate that I'm being asked to ride it up. I'm going to finish with a quote from Councillor Skipper, who went on to talk about fighting to protect us from tyranny. A quick Google gives the definition of tyranny as an unreasonable or arbitrary use of power or control. He also said that it's not about the cost, but about democracy.
Are we wrapping up? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to debate. We're going to go in the order of Councillor Whitcroft, Councillor Gordon, Councillor Cope, Councillor Quinn, and then Councillor Thompson, Councillor Rise, and Councillor Thompson. Is that right? Oh, and Councillor Tedder. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Whitcroft.
Thank you, Mayor. I wasn't going to speak on this item. I feel as though I'm imposing on private grief to some extent. Not having a parish council in my own area. And the first thing I should say is that I do respect the strength of feeling that's been expressed here by both the proposer and seconder of this amendment. However, since I was named, I do feel that I should make the point that we're not actually talking about any elections here. So the comments which were made in respect of the county council elections last month, or whenever it was, aren't really relevant, particularly in the context of the comments which have been made by the Chief Executive in respect of the cost, and I understand Councillor Wilson's point about the cancellation of the county council elections, But given the financial position that was discussed earlier, we should grasp that as a welcome saving, in my opinion. So, with the impending possible reorganisation of local government, I find myself not able to support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon?
I've got a few questions for the proposers and the seconders regarding the CGR. First of all, since the 2019-2020 CGR, back then this council found no reason to split Winstone Parish Council up, first of all, and let's deal with it internally. Since then, I don't believe anything at all has changed. I believe the appetite for this has lessened. Last time, there were far more votes for it. This time, only 410 residents out of the whole parish, 3% of people indicated they wanted to fill the survey in. And out of that 410, only 275 people responded in favour for it. So I don't believe we're valid to do anything at all to satisfy such a small number of people in favour for it. I would question the validity of the social media survey. I think there was no safeguard in place to say responses could be manipulated. There was no backup where you're from. There was no system in place to say you couldn't do multiple resources. Low engagement again that concerns me. Regarding the expense, before Councillor Wilson mentioned it was just officer time. So our clerk, who's a Silker trained clerk, by the way, and has full power of competence, has done some research on this. She's spoken to other councils who've gone through a similar this, Cornwall, Wiltshire, Somerset, Northamptonshire, and they've all said basically they've gone to become a stronger parish council rather than a smaller parish council, ideally set for devolution and take on more services when borough and district councils fall apart or dissolved. I think as well, she's spoken from the point of view of cost then, and some of the costs she had in mind, or they'd incurred, were legal costs, first of all, consultation with team members, splitting up the staff, dissolving the parish council as one entity, making two separate entities, first of all, reissuing all the contracts, the website, renaming it, splitting of assets, cost about in excess of roughly £50,000 was the guide she's got from other councils. So I've taken Joe's word for this. I think personally deferring is the right thing to do. So far, all the guidance so far from NALC and SALC, the National Association of Local Councils, and SALC, the Surrey Association of Local Councils, both say we should do a CGR borough-wide when devolution happens. This should be part of that one, fully in agreement for it. I've no problem at all with the CGR borough-wide, but I think this personally is just head in the game. I think before, as Councillor Turner said, timing-wise, this would take probably a year at least to get terms of reference and to get dealt with, first of all, which would coincide with the CGR borough-wide. And I think before, there's been quite a few inferences of Willisham Borough Council. I think it's been a malfunction was the word I saw used tonight. I'd personally debunk that. I think we're a very competent council. We have a Silker trained clerk. We have power competence. We serve way beyond our statutory obligations. I believe splitting WPC would just compromise the ability to deliver services for residents. There's no compelling case for CGR at this time. Public support has declined. The service is unreliable. The costs are justified for such a small number of people. National policy support strengthening, not fragmenting parish councils.
Councillor Gordon, are you wrapping up soon?
I am, yeah. And that's about it. So I think generally we should wait, as the officers recommend, and do one big borough-wide CGR. But I find no reason for this in the meantime, and I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Now we have Councillor Cope.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Local government reorganisation has been a surprisingly heated topic in recent months. I'd suggest that's perhaps a disconnect between those in this chamber and the priorities of the public, and given I'm here talking about it, I guess I have to include myself in that too. Now, I don't have a particularly strong view on Windlesham Parish Council CGR, but I don't think the case has been sufficiently made that Wexit is needed and that Windlesham needs to have its own council. While I understand that there can be a statutory obligation to carry out a CGR, my understanding is that that obligation has not yet been triggered and that no formal petition has yet been presented to this council. Now, while I say this is not an issue that I feel particularly strongly about myself, I do care about fairness for residents across Surrey Heath. And a choice to potentially spend £50,000 which is the figure in the report and therefore the only figure I can base my decision on, to carry out this exercise is completely unjustified when we are told that the council is in such dire financial straits. Now, I brought a petition to this council, signed by 1 in 3 residents on the Wellington Park estate. And yes, I'm going to shoehorn TPOs into this. And that related to a problem on their estate that they believe is a health and safety concern. I was told that we could not carry that out because there is not enough money. Now, the money that was required to do that was less than what is in this report for what this CGR will cost. What message did it send to my residents if we say, we've got enough money for the Windlesham issue, but we don't have enough money for the St Paul's issue? How can that possibly be justified? Therefore, it's my view that we cannot proceed with a CGR now. Indeed, I don't think we can particularly proceed with a CGR until unitarisation happens, when I think this could be considered as part of a wider review of parishes across Surrey Heath, and hopefully then the people who brought this will have their concerns satisfied. But we've got to be fair to everyone, and we cannot spend £50,000 on one village's CGR.
Thank you, Councillor Cope. Councillor Quinn?
Thank you. Well, I love Windlesham Village. It's got some great pubs. It's got a regionally famous pram race. And I hope I'll be allowed back after what I'm about to say. Look, unfortunately, I can't go and see my residents in St Michael's, some of whom are the poorest in the borough, and say, don't worry, your car parking charge is going up or your council tax is going up, but resources are being spent on resolving the parish arrangements in Windlesham. Unfortunately, I can't say that, so I'll have to vote against this. I do think it makes sense to hold the review in line with unitarisation over the whole borough. And I have to say, in response to one of Councillor Wilson's points, I think he said something along the lines of there aren't county elections, so there's capacity in democratic services. I wonder if it's correct that when there are elections for other bodies, they actually pay for those elections. So, for example, when there's a parish by-election, they pay Surrey Heath Borough Council for the cost of holding that election. So it's not as if there's suddenly loads and loads of capacity. Now those county elections are paid for, because the county would have paid for those if they had gone ahead. So I hope that's clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, like others, I probably wasn't intending to speak on this tonight. However, my name was mentioned. Unfortunately, I feel like I am going to disappoint Councillor Wheeler, well, probably not the first time. However, in her remarks, she talked about the contribution that I made at the Extraordinary Council previously, where I was talking about the cancellation of elections, which I still think is a bad idea. However, as Councillor Whitcroft has already pointed out, there is no discussion of cancellation of elections with regards to Windlesham Parish Council. It's the point that I was making in my speech in that Extraordinary Council was that elections cancelled are a denial of democracy. What I'm also concerned about with regards to this meeting this evening is that we have spent a lot of time with a series of questions submitted by Windlesham Parish Council and this item, that this Borough Council is now essentially being asked to adjudicate an internal Windlesham Parish Council issue. I have no fixed opinion on a CGR. I think if there is a desire for one, then there should be one. But like others, I can't explain to my residents which, for example, are likely to lose a community space as part of the programme that this council administration is required to explore to find savings. It's difficult to then explain that. I will also just make one final point. As Councillor Wheeler made a very good accounting of the motion at the last Extraordinary Full Council, I will just like to note for the record that in that motion, Councillor Wheeler abstained.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor. I've not got a prepared speech. I've scribbled a few words. I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I will do. Over the last 2 years or so, I've had the pleasure of observing many meetings at Windlesham Parish Council, and I like to think of tonight's late hour as a perfect example of a revenge being a dish best served cold. In my observations over the last 2 years, it's clear that all is not rosy in the garden at Windlesham Parish Council. However, to me, the issue doesn't necessarily seem to be the structure of the council itself, but more the personal relationships within the council. Now, clearly that is causing a problem because the personal relationships are one of the three villages against the other two, so that creates an imbalance. But to be fair to the chairman, who sits with us tonight, he has been trying to address this with limited success, I have to say. But to me, these are current councillors. This doesn't, to me, feel like a structural problem with Windlesham Parish Councillors, Windlesham Parish Council as it is set up. This feels like what we need here is some mediated marriage counselling. I don't really have anything else to say on it, but I won't be supporting this motion, or this amended motion.
Could I ask for a point of clarification? Thank you. I'll ask a point of clarification. I understand there's some paperwork circulated, reference 5.4 campaign for residents, which has a milestone target of September 2025 or within 3 months of guidance publication date, whichever is earlier. Could someone clarify, does that relate to a CGR, and would that cover Windlesham Parish Council, please? I'd just like some clarification on that.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. While we're looking at the clarification for you, we're going to carry on with... You sure? Okay. We're going to do that now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll read this out verbatim because this is now forms part of the 25-26 annual plan for Surrey Heath. The objective in relation to community governance review says that we will prepare a report for Council setting out the process, timelines and resources required, as well as a proposed structure and delegation of duties for community consultation for the potential borough-wide coverage of town, parish, area councils to reflect the devolution white paper and incorporating any further government guidance by September 2025 or within 3 months of guidance published date, whichever is earlier, subject to council agreement, update the annual plan with actions arising.
Thank you, Mr Stevens. Councillor Tedder?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wasn't going to speak tonight. I'm probably the only one in this chamber that actually was born and bred in Windlesham and appreciates Windlesham for what it really is. We sit here round about politics, and isn't that why Windlesham was split? The Surrey Heath took that village and tore it apart. They didn't think about the residents who we are elected to serve. We didn't think about that. They tore it apart as if twins separated. And you said, just get on with it. Oh, we can't do this. The parish council argue. Well, we'll put them down. They're not even on equal numbers. They don't stand a chance. Nobody's actually looked at the village and the people and what they actually want. They want to be reunited. They don't want to be Windlesham South and Windlesham North. They want to be Windlesham. The same as Bagshot wants to be Bagshot and Lightwater, Lightwater. It's called Windlesham Parish Council because the Windlesham and Updown joined as a village more years than I can remember. And they were the biggest ones because Lightwater wasn't developed. It was big houses with lots of land, similar to Bagshot. And it was only after the war, when they built Manor Way and Bagshot Green and all the houses, that Bagshot grew. It's time to look and say, these people, Bagshot, Lightwater and Windlesham, deserve their own parish council in exactly the same way that Chobham, when West End moved to their own parish in 1978, Chobham gave up West End and we now have West End. It was the West End of Chobham, the same as the end of Sunningdale was the East End of Chobham when they had Broome Hall, and that was all separated into Sunningdale. So Chobham said, OK, we give up Long Cross, and this is our parish, and West End went home with their parish and have survived very nicely. We keep on muttering about politics. What do we have? I haven't actually heard anyone round here this evening, not one person, actually say, what about the people? What do they actually want? What do they need? We hear all the politics, and I'm not going to say why it was split in the first place, and it certainly wasn't agreed at the meetings, because the meetings I attended with Councillor Wheeler, it was agreed that actually there was a way round it then. We didn't have to split. And I think we are doing a big disservice to Windlesham by just doing this to them. Oh, we can't afford it. No, we can't. But we found money to do it in the first place. But now, when they want to come back, when they, the people, are asking us to do something, we're saying we can't afford it. We don't think it's necessary. Has anybody actually been to Windlesham? Actually been and spoken? Actually, some of them do go. Councillor MacDonald does, and I think Councillor Lee went to the last Windlesham Society meeting. But does anybody actually talk to the people? Know what the residents want? I don't think so. They just think they know best, but we don't always know best. And as I said, I speak this from the heart because, as I said, I've got more years probably than any of you, or very nearly any of you in the chamber, and I was born and bred there, and Windlesham is very special to me. And I just feel that we just deserted them. Forget councils, remember people, and it's people that put us here.
Are you wrapping up now? Please.
Yes. Yes, so.
Thank you.
I too wasn't going to speak tonight. My voice is going, so I do apologise. First of all, we're non-political at the parish council. We've never brought politics into what we do at the council. We haven't. Not political parties, we haven't. I can honestly say that. Anyway, how have we come to this? As the leader stated earlier, we should be able to solve this internally, but I feel outside influences come into play. It's already been suggested that we sit around the table and thrash this out between ourselves, but I believe this offer has not been taken up by all councillors. It will only work if everyone takes part. I feel that we should deal with this internally, we should have that conversation, and I urge people to do that.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Garrett.
I wasn't planning on speaking this evening either, but I will now. I want to start by thanking Councillor Wheeler and Councillor Wilson for the comments and bringing this amendment. Reading the data from the report, I wonder why a newly elected Bagshot Parish Councillor is trying to break up the parish he was recently elected in, and doing this against what the residents of Bagshot want, as outlined in the results of the paper, 75% in Bagshot stating no reorganisation is needed. I've heard the leader state in the chamber this evening, answering the public questions repeatedly, that the concerns that we were bringing were not valid, as the paper suggested that the CGR is going to be deferred. Yet we now find ourselves in a position of being requested to happen immediately. We have heard at length in recent months, times are tough, and we can't do a number of things the council wants to do. I note Councillor Wilson stated there is little cost, but as yet there is no budgeted cost, and nothing is in the budget, which only a few hours ago we passed. I would like to say I'm not against community governance review in principle, as I think in view of impending reorganisations, it is likely we might want to look at parishes in other areas and maybe a town council. But bearing all these points in mind, I cannot support this amendment. Thank you.
going to turn your mic off?
Oh, so sorry, Madam Mayor.
It's all right. Thank you. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I suspect I'm probably better qualified than this survey to speak on the views of residents within Windlesham Parish. I think in the past 3 or 4 months I've spoken to about 1,000 residents, which I think equates to more than the survey response there. We're here today to sort out a mess not of this council's creation, excluding some double-hatted councillors from Windlesham Parish Council, due to a total lack of leadership locally to keep in check power-hungry, light-water members of Windlesham Parish Council who seem solely focused on themselves. Their legacy vanity projects and their village clique to the detriment of everyone else, be it depriving Windlesham of democratic autonomy or taking a shared asset from Windlesham and Bagshot residents. The previous CGR is not long done, and a village committee system which pushes decision-making as low as possible was put in place. This can and should work if Windlesham Parish councillors behave like grown-ups, not children, bickering in the schoolyard. When Lightwater and Bagshot Conservative councillors sought to centralise control and decision-making at the parish, not village level, local leadership should have acted to prevent a coup and honour the spirits of the agreement in place. At no point has leadership attempted to breach the divide through mediation. It has allowed the children to riot in the playground whilst also letting them rip off residents with, what is it, a 53% council tax rise in 2 years, with over £1 million cash sitting in the bank, thousands spent on a social media manager, an attempt to spend £10,000 setting up a Facebook group. Last I checked, it was free. Free to set up a Facebook group. Why was the attempt to spend £10,000 on it? It's crazy. It's lunacy. The problem I've got is look at the mess the Conservatives have created to Surrey Heath Borough Council as well. There's 2 messes we've got to clear up. And I've got to think, where does my priority lay right now? Which Conservative mess do we have to fix first? And this is where it becomes incredibly difficult. And I think I'm going to have to ask for a bit more clarification on this 5.4. Because I think coming into this, I was thinking, deferral, put it now. It's a difficult one, right? Which is your priority? I'm torn. I want both sorted out. I want both Conservative messes solved, because these are Conservative messes. There is no 2 ways about it. People presenting as independents have to declare their party political membership. So it's a bit obvious in the long run where that lays and where groupings lay. So is there some way of clarifying this September or within 3 months guidance publication date, whichever is earlier? Is that something that will be delivered?
Are you wrapping up soon?
Yes, I've got that question. So I think it would be good to understand a little bit more on that, because I've gone from thinking this might be interesting. So I'm not sure how to vote, which obviously is part of democracy, isn't it? Because we've got 2 Conservative messes to fix here.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Councillor Lee, as I understand it, you're asking whether or not we will adhere to the timescales that were set out in the annual plan in relation to community governance review. Is that correct?
I'm looking for common sense reassurances. I understand sometimes timeframes need to move a little bit. I'm looking to understand the level of firmness within that.
I think it's very clear that the annual plan is something that we are governed by. That is the work programme for the council. And unless there is some substantial change which would justify a deviation from those timescales, I'm sure that the leader and the rest of this chamber would expect me to adhere to those.
I'd like the leader to comment on that, please.
Leader, are you happy to do that?
I don't think I'm required to.
Thank you. Anyone else? Oh.
We have the right to reply at the end.
Does anybody else want to speak? That's it. Councillor Wilson has the right to reply. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone who contributed to the debate. I'm going to attempt to answer some of the questions that came up. Councillor Whitcroft, I'm glad you noticed the strength of feeling. It's something that you can't visit Windlesham without picking up. You can't knock on a single door in Windlesham without picking up the strength of feeling. And that's why every time people in Windlesham are asked, they demand their own parish council. And we talked about elections and democracy. As Liberal Democrats, we want to see a strong, effective democratic representation. And at the moment, that's not what we have in Windlesham. And this small change with no cost, that could bring that about. The financial position, this is a statutory power, so it's like emptying the bins. So it's something that the Borough Council has to do, regardless of how much money it's got, as the leader said earlier. And the LGR white paper that may come and may provide some clarity, well, we've been expecting clarity for a long time from the government, and it looks like perhaps Labour don't really care about town and parish councils, and I think we could get a white paper that really barely mentions them, and we'll have waited another 3 months, and we've already waited over a year, nearly a year. So Councillor Gordon, like me, is a Windlesham Parish Councillor, and he has a vested interest to protect, because as Bagshot councillors, we have political power, unelected political power over Windlesham Village, and he wishes to protect that. And that's why he tries to cast doubt on the reliability of the data. And the reason why the previous CGR did not create a separate parish council, as he queried, was because this council then was Conservative. This council had a Conservative majority, and they did not care. What's different now? I hope there's a difference. It talks about the consultation. It wasn't consultation, it was a survey, as the leader corrected earlier. And the costs that were given in the Windlesham Parish Council report were deliberately inflated to make it more difficult to protect vested interests. The timing, Councillor Gordon says it would take a year. I believe it would take about 3 months. And he questions why I think it's malfunctioning. Well, now that I can see all the past emails, now I'm a member of Windlesham Parish Council, about a third of them, I think, mention me or Councillor Wheeler. They're not working. They're working to protect their own interests and not the public interest. Councillor Cope also mentioned the local government reorganisation and suggested that people were not interested enough to fill in the survey. Well, a lot of people in Windlesham did, and this was not a consultation, so it wasn't promoted in the same way, and it didn't have as much of a community campaign behind it. He also mentioned the statutory trigger of a petition. Well, a statutory request has been triggered because Windlesham has a neighbourhood plan. So my request comes under the category of a community request, and that is a statutory trigger. He says his petition was not accepted. That's obviously irrelevant to this point. And he and others have said it would cost £50,000. That, as the officers have said, that is not a known cost. And it's the last estimate for the previous CGR was a cost of £13,300. And now we have all of the mitigating factors that I've already measured. And so there is no additional financial cost.
Are we wrapping up soon?
Let me see if I
going
can
over
just
your
bring
time?
a few more points to answer members' questions.
There's a time, sorry.
If you just give me 1 second. I just want to mention Councillor Tedder's input, and I really valued that speech. And she's quite right. This Borough Council tore Windlesham in two, and it was done to gerrymander elections. And what about the people? We're Liberal Democrats, and as Democrats, we want to represent the people, and the people are not being represented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Mayor.
Councillor Wilson. Right. Okay. Thank you. We're now going to vote. Vote on Councillor Wilson's proposal. Those in favour, please raise
Sorry,
your...
before we move to a vote, may I please ask for a recorded vote if there is somebody that will second that?
Richard, can you just turn your mic off? Sorry. Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Oh. Cool. So please confirm there were 3 hands raised, yeah? No. Oh.
We're good, we're good. All right.
Actually, I was counting Councillor Wheeler's hand as one. So, are we already? Yeah. Thank you. Now, Natalie's going to call your names out.
Thank you. Alan Ashbury.
Against.
Louise Ashbury.
Against.
Cliff Betton. For. Johnny Cope.
Against.
Kel Feenan Cook.
Against.
Lisa Feenan Cook.
Regretfully against.
Sean Garrett.
Against.
Mary Glowett.
Against.
Mark Gordon.
Against.
Julie Howd. Dave Hoff.
Against.
Nimal Kang.
Regretfully against.
Sabi Kang.
Against.
Rob Lee.
For.
Sean MacDonald.
Against.
Emma Jane McGrath.
For.
Jack Olmo.
For.
David O'Mahony.
For.
Jonathan Quinn.
Against.
Maury Rowlands. Morgan Rise.
Against.
John Skipper.
For.
Pat Tedder.
For.
Josh Thorne.
Against.
Kevin Thompson.
Against.
Ying Tong Perrett.
For.
Victoria Wheeler.
For.
David Whitcroft.
Against.
Valerie White.
Against.
Richard Wilson.
For.
Twenty-one. 21 to 10. Is that right?
I've got 1911. I've got 1911.
You've got 21.9.
Oh.
1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 1911.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
1,
9.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. I got.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got the results. We've got 10 for, 20 against, no abstain. So the proposal's for, and now we're going to go to the officer recommendation, but I think Councillor Quinn and Councillor Ashby wants to say. Okay, so we're going to go Councillor Ashby first and then Councillor Quinn. Is that right?
Thank you, Mayor. Given the motion was defeated, I would like to propose an alternative motion that we accept the recommendation in the report made by the Chief Executive to defer the CGR. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder?
I'm happy to second that motion, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Quinn?
I was volunteering to do the same thing. It's fine.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Councillor
Coe. Obviously, given that we've voted not to have it now, if we vote against the deferral, what is the outcome?
Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to ask for some legal clarification, because I understand that if a CGR has been legally called, we are as a council duty bound to complete the CGR within 12 months of that request. So I wonder if I could have absolute confirmation, please, that we are confident in our understanding of the legislation that comes out from the House of Commons, that we do have a longer period of time in order to complete this, because my understanding is that that is not the case.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Mayor. The position is that the council hasn't formally been petitioned for the CGR. So at the moment, the council has the ability under the legislation to choose to do one. And as it's been discussed earlier, the recommendation is that it's done between every 10 to 15 years. So at the moment, we are not, the council has not formally been petitioned, so it doesn't have to do the CGR.
I will come back. That's not my understanding of the legislation. It is obviously something that a number of us will be looking to potentially challenge the council's decision upon, because the CGR has been requested. It can be requested in two different ways. It can be requested by petition, or it can be requested by members requesting it, which is what has happened. And my understanding is that it has to be happen within the year. Obviously, we'll go away, we'll seek legal advice on that, and we will come back on it. But I just want to maybe give the council the opportunity to double check the legislation.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you for that. I have checked the legislation. I'm confident that it's on petition. So my advice is that we're not at the position where we have to do the CGR at this point.
Councillor Lee?
Could I just inquire on a point of clarification? Can I inquire on clarification? So that would be the general public raising a petition, is that correct?
That's right. Yes.
And those are the details set out in the paper, those requirements to be able to deliver that?
Sorry, I don't understand the question. Could you repeat the question, please?
The requirements of the number of signatures and the area within which they were, is that set out in the paper?
Yes, for a petition, yes.
So it's the 7.5% of the electorate or the residents?
Shall I read this paragraph? I'll just read the paragraph to clarify that point. A CGR can be carried out at any time, either as a result of the council deciding to do so of its own volition, or because of a request from a parish or local resident. The guidance also provides that where a petition is signed by a specified number of local government electors in the area, at 7.5%, where there are more than 2,500 electors, in that case the council must carry out CGR on the issue that has been the subject of the petition. In the absence of the petition, it's a matter for full council to decide whether or not to undertake the CGR. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Wilson?
Apologies. Thank you, Mayor. Just another point on that clarification. So there's the petition route. Given that Windlesham has a neighbourhood plan, is there, I understand there's a route in the legislation called a community request, and this request is effectively a community request because Windlesham has an existing neighbourhood plan. Is that correct? Thank you.
Over to you, Natalie, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. That's not my understanding of the legislation or the guidance, no.
Councillor Gordon?
Sorry, point of clarification. Are you saying it's 7.5% of the entire parish or just Windlesham, please? As it affects the entire parish. So that's what I'd like clarified.
Thank you. It's 7.5%. Sorry. Of the government electors in the relevant area.
I'm happy to stay until midnight. Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Cope, for reminding us. It's been a long day. You will see in the proposal and alternative options in the report, the Council has the option to agree the request to conduct a CGR and agree a process for setting the terms of reference for review. That is the vote that has fallen. Not agree the request to conduct a CGR, defer consideration of the CGR to a date considered to be more appropriate based on relevant factors such as cost, available officer resource, or anticipated changes to national policy, which I believe affects the officer or reflects the officer recommendation, which is the motion that Councillor Ashbury has proposed.
Thank you. Thank you, Nick. You called him councillor now. Even I'm getting tired. It's been a really long day. Right, do we have Councillor Wilson to say something?
Councillor Ashbury needs to say something unless Councillor Wilson has a point of order, but Councillor Ashbury needs to talk to his motion at some point this evening.
We do really need to get to Councillor Ashbury. He's urging to say something.
Apologies, Mayor. My final
2 minutes,
clarification. It's Section 80A of the Act, Community Governance Applications. Community Governance Application is an application for a community governance review to be undertaken, and clause 3, the application may be made only by an organisation or body designated as a neighbourhood forum under Section 61F of the Town and Country Planning Act, and under that comes a borough councillor or something like the Windlesham Society, and this is because the neighbourhood plan is in effect. I I know there's no possibility to resolve this now, but if I could just point the head of legal services to section 80A of the Act. Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, I should point out it's the Community Government Review Order of the Local Government Act. Thank you.
Would you just like to repeat that, please?
The Community Government Review Order. Thank you. But if it speeds things up, I don't require a reply now. Thank you.
Come and approach the bench, please. Thank you. Everyone fed and watered? Good. Okay, I'm going to pass it on to Natalie to do some clarifications. Once she's done that, Alan Ashbury, Councillor Alan Ashbury, is aching to speak. I'm going to give him the chance.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In the limited time that I've had to review the legislation, I take the view that it doesn't apply to parish areas. However, even if it does, I take the view that it would be that would need to be a resolution of the whole parish council and not just an individual councillor from that parish, irrespective of whether or not it's in the local plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Councillor Ashbury.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be brief. Were we not in a period of enormous upheaval in the future of local government in Surrey, I may be minded differently. But we are, and the future structure is unclear, and we're unlikely to even have a direction of travel for several months. The question has been brought up many times about the future of parish, town and community councils in the local government reorganisation, and even the Surrey Association of Local Councils has written to the Secretary of State to clarify with their recommendation that we as a county look at governance in non-parished areas such as my own. Therefore, until the uncertainty around the future structure of local government across the whole borough, particularly at the very local level, where we don't have parishes at the moment, is decided, I think it would be premature to proceed with a review of one area, and I advocate that we defer the CGR until such a time when these fundamental guidelines on the future of local democracy are clear and we are able to conduct a governance review across the entire borough. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashbury. Would your seconder would like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be even more brief than Councillor Ashbury and say, basically, in the interests of looming LGR and cost, I also support the motion to defer this.
Thank you. Members, do you have any comments? Councillor Wheeler, and that's it, nobody else. Thank you.
Goodness me, how many minutes do I have? You will be pleased to hear that I keep it.
2 minutes.
I will keep it relatively brief. We've heard from fellow councillors this evening that the future of local government is unclear, and we are deferring something which has been legally called and legitimately asked for, not just by one council at Windlesham Parish Council, but by 2 different sets of elected councillors within that area. So what we are doing and what we are voting for this evening is kicking democracy into the long grass. And given in particular, I wasn't expecting support from the Conservative councillors this evening, but given in particular the election pledges that were made by the Liberal Democrats in their election manifesto, which I've been reminded of this evening by one of their members, my level of disappointment actually knows no bounds. I will say no more on the matter. We will, no doubt, have a legal challenge on this, because I think it's like lots of things which are legal. One person's interpretation is not the same as another. And I welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler. Okay, we're going to go to the vote. Ray. So, those in favour, please raise your hands. Thank you. Those against, put your hands up, please. Any abstain? I have the results. We got 27 for and 3 abstain. So therefore, the vote is carried. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 12. I would like to invite Councillor Richard Wilson to introduce the report of Governance Working Group and to move the recommendation therein.
Thank you, Mayor. Given the time constraints, I will only briefly move the minor changes to the Constitution recommended by the Governance Working Group, which will soon be mothballed due to the approaching local government reorganisation. In reverse order in the report, we recommend changes to the terms of reference of the Audit Standards and Risk Committee to make it more compliant with external auditors' recommendations, a minor change to the Planning Applications Committee to allow improved safeguarding in very rare cases. We recommend changes to public speaking arrangements that will make it easier for the public to ask questions at meetings. And we recommend moving fully to gender-neutral language in the Constitution because we believe that no one gender should be the norm and no culture is better than others. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Do you have a seconder?
Yes, I can second that. Who's the other right to
Richard,
speak?
do you want to turn it off? Thank you. Councillor Kang, would you like to speak?
I'll be brief. As said, it's really all these changes for gender neutral are good for. Secondly, access and voiding conflict of interest and inclusivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rise and then Councillor Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor. I rise to propose an amendment to this report recommendation, which was set out by an email from Councillor MacDonald to all councillors recently. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. Okay. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mayor. I will be very brief, and I'm not going to even... It's essentially this amendment, it affects the sections of questions by members and leaders' question time, and it essentially combines them into one section to be considered under the consultation, Constitution. All of the detail was set out in the amendment that was circulated to all councillors.
Councillor Whitcroft.
Just to add, Mayor, that this is in the interests of the efficiency of officer time. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments from members? Councillor Quinn, did you want to say something? No, thank you. Any comments? Okay. Thank you. So go to vote. Vote on the amendment, please. Those in favour? I think we got the... Any against? Any abstain? 29 for, 1 no against, 1 abstain. Therefore, it's carried. Okay, moving swiftly. Oh, that was the amendment.
Right.
We need to vote for the...
Oh, apologies, my fault. Okay.
See, I was trying to rush this, sorry.
So Councillor Quinn.
Right, Councillor Quinn.
I'm aware it's very late, but unfortunately we still have to stay awake and try and go through everything quite thoroughly, and we did agree to suspend standing orders. I stand to propose an amendment to the Governance Working Group report, and the purpose of this amendment, sorry, maybe I should get seconded before I speak. Councillor Rowans. Second. Great. Did you see that? Did you see that up there? Great. Okay.
Do you have a seconder?
Yeah, I'm right to second that, Michelle.
Thank you.
Right, okay, great. So my amendment, I did circulate it in an email to all councillors. It's to do with Annex F on the agenda, procedural rules, Section D, committees, subcommittees and other procedural bodies. The actual amendment is to delete the current content of 4E and to put in a new 4E, no member of the Audit Standards and Risk Committee will be a member of the Executive. And if I can briefly explain why I'm proposing this change. It's really because recent external audit findings from the Grant Thornton report have highlighted significant weaknesses in our financial governance and internal controls. Now, I understand that this issue was something debated at the Audit Standards and Risk Committee, but I think it's so important that full council should consider this as well. Among the findings of the report, it's found that the presence of an executive member on the audit committee could undermine the necessary independence to rigorously scrutinise our financial processes. This concern is echoed in the latest guidelines, which are quite clear in recommending that audit committees remain free from executive influence to avoid both real and perceived conflicts of interest. Now, my belief is that even if this change is not, let's say, legally required, it is something that we should do because of the failings that are mentioned by the Grant Thornton report. Maintaining a truly independent audit committee is crucial, not only to restore public trust in our financial stewardship, but also to ensure we fulfil our statutory best value duty. It is evident from the evidence before us that the current arrangements may compromise the committee's ability to hold financial management to account. And, the current proposal suggests that the portfolio holder would be an ex officio non-voting member of the committee. This is a very unusual relationship. I don't understand why we can't just make it simpler and say, look, they're not a member of the committee, but if we want them to turn up to answer questions, they're voluntarily free to turn up, but they're not a member. I don't understand why we have to go for this middle category of an ex officio non-voting member. So that's my argument there, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor Rowlands, would you like to speak? Thank you. Oh, Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. As I spoke to Councillor Quinn privately, this was debated quite heavily at the Audit Standards and Risk Committee, and which I think I was an observer that time. And there are a few key issues here. So first of all, the basic premise of the auditors is the functions under review by the Audit Standard and Risk Committee are executive functions. The monitoring officer confirmed that they are not executive functions in this council. And therefore, the basic premise of the external auditors about how executive members interact with the reports that go into Audit Standards and Risk Committee is incorrect. The monitoring officer, as I said, confirmed that they are non-executive functions. Therefore, it is the second thing is in the thing that's being quoted, which I think was the audit report. No, sorry, it's the guidance that's given to the CITFA standard. It says it may be considered. It doesn't say it must be considered. So it's not. The monitoring officers also confirmed that it's not a statutory requirement that we do this. We are a small council of 35 members, and let's look at today. We've only got 30 of us here. We have to be pragmatic about the use of the skills and the capabilities we have for the benefit of the council. That is what we are here for the benefit of our residents. And on balance, the discussion within the Audit and Standards Risk Committee was that we needed to keep open the option of having those skills, and they may happen to be in executive members within the committee. So therefore it was concluded that this was the most appropriate balance point, looking at all things giving them all things due consideration, and there was no conflict with ensuring good governance for this council through this methodology. For those who've been around a little while, you'll also remember on the governance working group we had a lot of fun looking at the pros and cons of independent persons sitting on that committee, and the conclusion was that on balance it's a fairly mixed record to date, and like everything that we try and do within the council, it has to be based on risk. If we had the internal auditor here or we had the data governance manager here, they would confirm that their approaches in how we look at things are all about the risk, and the risks do not warrant us making these kind of constraints or indeed having an independent person. So whilst I am very minded to take due cognizance of the external auditor's opinion, I have in my own professional career many times not taken on board auditors' recommendations. I won't say it too flippantly, but one does wonder sometimes whether external auditors and various other auditors get paid by the recommendation, particularly when they are consultants. That is an unfair thing in general to say, but there can be an element of that. And you have to go through, as a senior team and as a responsible body, to think through which of these are going to make a difference for the body we're trying to support, and which ones, to be honest, are nice to have. And the conclusion was, this one's a nice to have, it's worth keeping the flexibility, with the right skills, allow members of the executive to be on that committee. We've tried to, as I say, tried to take cognizance of the feedback from the auditors by banning myself from the committee, although I am still allowed to join my honourable friend, Councillor Garrett, the other member of the Chuckle Boroughs, on the observers group, the regular observers group, and I think it's a testament to both his commitment to this council and potentially my own that we do attend that meeting voluntarily on a regular basis, because we want to make the governance as strong as possible of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor MacDonald. Councillor Cope? And then? Okay.
Thank you. I completely understand Lily's point that we don't have to do this, but for me, in my mind, there should be a good reason to go against an audit recommendation if it's easy to do so. The leaders spoke about the fact that it was discussed at the committee, but there was by no means a consensus, even among the Liberal Democrat members of the committee, that we would go down this route, I don't think. And to me, perception is key on this. And if I was looking at this from the outside, it doesn't pass the sniff test. The Audit, Standards and Risk Committee needs to be independent of the council's leadership, and particularly those making budgetary decisions on this council. And having the finance portfolio holder, even as an ex officio member, to me does not give that impression of our residents. It gives the impression of the leadership that could mark its own homework. Now, I'm not saying that's the intention at all, but it's important that we give a perception to our residents that our Audit, Standards and Risk Committee is completely separate from those executive members. And for that reason, I think in the interests of proper independence of the Audit, Standards and Risk Committee, we should be supporting Councillor Quinn's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Patton.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Cope knows what I'm going to say because I said it all at the Audit and Standards Committee meeting. I have been chair of that committee for over 4 years now. I became chair as an opposition member. On 2 occasions, the chair has been offered to the opposition, but declined. That's why I'm still there. In the previous council, the portfolio holder did not attend the committee. And it made questioning of officers and trying to get to the basic of what was happening very, very difficult. Having the portfolio holder there is a great advantage. First of all, she's a trained accountant and she knows what questions to ask. And anyone who has been to the committee and seen it in action knows that, apart from Councillor Lee, of course, the most probing questions came from the portfolio holder. Now, if the audit of the council's finances was being carried out by the council audit team, I would agree with you that the portfolio holder should not be there. You cannot police yourself. But we have external auditors auditing the council's finances. And if you have an external auditor in any walk of life, you need somebody on your side to question them, because otherwise you don't know what they're doing. So I would say that as we are not the auditor of the council's accounts, having the portfolio holder there is a benefit. It works to the benefit of the councillor. One of you lot should be sitting in the chairman's chair. And I throw that as a challenge. Councillor Garrett's been along, Councillor Cope comes along. Why not take the chair? I shouldn't be there. And I've said that from day one. And nothing has happened about it because you won't take it. Take it. And then you can ensure transparency. But have the portfolio holder there as well, because it's of great value. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Benton. Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Mayor. I was there at that meeting as well. I think the difficulty we've got is, I think, Councillor Cope, you did try and politicise this at the meeting, where you had to obviously withdraw your comment where you suggested that we'd had a pre-meeting and lines with the executive member, which I think was very unfair. And I think trying to revisit it with the second bite of the cherry is perhaps unhelpful. I think making changes at this level on the hoof is ill-advised. We know what happens when we do things on the hoof. We end up with a £110 million shopping centre and a large mess. The other part of this equation is understanding where we get that subject matter expert support from. Obviously, we are talking about a person rather than a role in this instance, and Councillor McIntyre's well-experienced history on that's actually been very supportive in exposing things. So I think we have to consider the person. If perhaps the government's working group wants to consider what was talked about by the auditors in the round, then maybe that's a good idea. But trying to cherry pick one thing on the hoof tends to end up in disaster. And I don't think they were overly worried about how the committee was working. Afterwards, I spoke to them, and they seemed very happy with how the committee was functioning. And when I challenged them, well, can you find us an independent member? There was no sudden rush to find one. So I think we need to not cherry pick one individual thing for political point scoring. We need to think about the greater good of this council.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Anybody else? Shall we vote? Thank you. Councillor Quinn?
Thank you, Mayor. If I've got some seconders, can I suggest a recorded vote, please? I hope there will be some to agree. Maybe I need a third.
Yeah. Thank you. We shall do that. So just to clarify, Councillor Quinn, you wanted a recorded vote, and Councillor Garrett and Councillor Cope are seconding it. Anybody else wants to second that? Third that, fourth? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Before members vote, is it possible we could get clarification from the monitoring officer as to their opinion of the matters in hand, specifically this amendment and the external auditor's recommendation? So, if effectively for the full council to hear what you said at Audit Standards and Risk. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The advice I gave at that committee was that the recommendation that a member of the executive not be on that committee, that it's not a statutory requirement, it is guidance, so that gives a level of opportunity for this council to make their own decision on that, based on the skills and expertise and knowledge of the individuals that you want to be on that committee. So it's not a statutory requirement, so it won't be unlawful if you choose not to do that. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie.
Sorry to push everybody's patience, but just with respect to the areas under that committee, whether they are executive or non-executive functions, and therefore whether, colloquially, whether the executive's hands are clean in all the information that goes through to that committee.
Thank you. Yes, that's right. I took the view that the matters that are considered by that committee are not executive functions. Thank you.
Is that okay?
I just thought it was important that the rest of the members heard it. Thank you.
I'm just checking. Any other clarifications before we go to roll call? Over to you, Natalie, with the red.
Alan Ashbury.
Against.
Louise Ashbury.
Against.
Cliff Betton.
Against.
Johnny Cope.
For.
Kel Feenan Cook.
Against.
Lisa Feenan Cook.
Against.
Sean Garrett.
For.
Mary Glowett.
Against.
Mark Gordon.
For.
Julie Howd. Dave Hoff.
Against.
Nirmal Kang.
Against.
Sabi Kang.
Against.
Rob Lee.
Against.
Sean MacDonald.
Against.
Emma Jane McGrath.
For.
Jack Olmo.
Against.
David O'Mahony.
Against.
Jonathan Quinn.
For.
Murray Rowlands. Morgan Rise.
Against.
John Skipper.
Against.
Pat Tedder.
For.
Josh Thorne.
For.
Kevin Thompson.
Against.
Ying Tong Perrett.
Against.
Victoria Wheeler.
For.
David Whitcroft.
Against.
Valerie White.
For.
And Richard Wilson.
Against.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's what Jenny's got.
Okay, so that's what I got. Okay, so
If it's okay with you, I'm going to let Natalie to read the results.
okay, so there were 10 for and 20 against.
There you are. The motion's carried. Sorry. Oh, okay. Yeah. Right, okay, so we now invite comments on the substantive motion. Is that right? Yeah, and then we're going to vote. Is that right? Yeah. Has anybody got any comments? No. So now we're going to go to the vote. Yeah? Okay. Are we doing... Do you want those in favour, put your hands up, please. Anybody against? Thank you. Anyone against? Anyone abstain? Okay. All in favour. Thank you. Okay. We've got 20 minutes to midnight. So please make sure your questions are short and sweet. Questions from councillors. Advice that no questions have been received from councillors. Is that right? Oh, sorry. Councillor Wood.
Am I able to put a question, Mayor?
Is it short and sweet?
It is very short.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Yep.
Some disquiet has been expressed in Deepcut about the possible sale of the Wood End Road car park. Could the executive member please comment on this matter and possibly provide some reassurance on the issue? I am happy to accept a written answer if that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Whitcroft. I think it's probably in everyone's best interest if I answer you here and now since we're here. And I'm sure lots of people in the chamber are looking for the same answers. And we've all seen the aggressive scaremongering that's been posted online over the last couple of days from certain county councillors. So it would be nice to be able to address that directly. I don't think it's a secret to anybody in this chamber what the financial situation is for this council at the moment. We've seen the numbers. We've approved the budget this evening. We've all seen the MTFS. We are in trouble and we need to make savings. We need to make savings wherever we can, and we also need to achieve some capital receipts. We are actually talking about keeping the lights on for our residents now. We are talking about being able to continue to provide services that people desperately need, that we desperately need. In order to service the horrifically terrifying level of debt we have, we need to pay some of that down. And the way we can achieve that is by selling some land which we consider to be surplus to operational requirements. That's not to say that it's surplus to the requirements of some of the residents that currently get to enjoy these plots, but they are surplus to the operational requirements of the council. And we have made the very, very difficult decision to market those to see if we can achieve a capital receipt to keep the lights on in this council for our residents. Without these capital receipts, without doing what we are trying to do with our transformation programme, we are looking at Section 114, where we will all lose the ability to make these decisions, where somebody will come in and they will tell us how things are done, and they will be a lot firmer, a lot more difficult, a lot more unpalatable for us and for our residents. So we have to do it. We have to do it. And you all know we have to do it because this has been through cross-party working groups where these issues weren't raised, because the opposition councillors in this chamber know the problem. They know what we need to do to solve it. And when we all sit down together and we discuss the problem, we know how to fix it. So we don't need the aggressive online tricks to make it seem to our residents that we didn't know, because this has followed due process. The process is the head of property and economic development, along with myself, identify sites which we deem to be surplus. Those sites are then brought through the property and economic development working group, where all the members of that have the right to discuss the issues, to put forward any concerns they may have. It's then marketed. Should we receive an offer that we like on those premises, we can then bring them back through this chamber to make the decisions. These are not decisions that are being made behind closed doors. These are not decisions that are being made by myself. These are decisions which are being made by this council in order to continue to provide the extremely important services that our residents require and expect and demand. If anyone has any further questions on some of the minutiae of this, they can actually email me, and I'm very, very happy to give them a full written response, which you can then share with your residents. I have provided many written responses to residents' questions, and I'm happy to do the same with anybody in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we got Councillor Quinn, Garrett, and sorry, White, and then Wheeler. Is that right?
White, Quinn, Garrett, Wheeler.
Okay. So it's Councillor White, Councillor Quinn, Councillor Garrett, and then Councillor Wheeler.
It's a question about car parks again. I do apologise. It's Bagshot Car Park, and it's regarding the electric charging points. There's 10 charging points in that car park, and I have yet to see one being used. Yet there's 10 spaces taken up for electric vehicles only. Electric vehicles seem to think they have the right to park there, even though they're not charging. And when the car park's full, this causes a problem, and the car park is regularly full. Could I find out from portfolio holder how much this is generating? Is there a site or something that we can see how much the charges are being used? And is there any chance that some of the places could be put back to ordinary use? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Rice?
Thank you. I'm not entirely sure which portfolio this would actually fall under, but I will answer the question. The honest answer is I don't know, and I will find out, and I can find out the answers. What I can say is that the installation of electric vehicle charging points within our car parks was done through a market-led approach by Connected Curb, who's the operator. With regards to the actual response, I don't know. I will speak to the parking services team and to get the answer for you. Normally, it would be within 5 working days. However, I don't know if I would be able to confirm that, but I will get an answer back to you.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take a moment to... I need to speak closer. Thank you. I want to take a moment to ask the leader about a serious issue that goes beyond party politics and strikes at the very core of how we, as elected representatives, engage with one another. Earlier today, this morning, feels like a long time ago now, I was contacted on WhatsApp by a fellow elected representative, not from this chamber, and instead of engaging in constructive debate, they chose to communicate with me in a manner that I can only describe as intimidating. The messages were aggressive, the tone was threatening, and the intent was clear. They wanted to pressure me into agreeing with their viewpoint on an issue and potentially influence how I vote and behave in this chamber as an elected councillor. This is not how democracy should work. We are accountable to the people who elect us, not to those who believe they can use threats, insults, and bullying to control decisions they have no authority over. I believe that it's deeply concerning that a representative from another authority would seek to interfere in the democratic decision-making of this council. And I believe every councillor here should be concerned about this as well. We often talk about the importance of standards in public life, but talk is not enough. My question to the leader is this: what steps should be taken when an elected representative from outside this council attempts to intimidate one of our members? And how do we ensure that all councillors, regardless of any party affiliation, are free to serve their residents without fear of undue pressure? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Quinn. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Quinn. I'm sure I speak for all the members that I think we would be very sad and distressed if that was to happen to ourselves. So I'm sure we all have some empathy for you in that situation. There are unfortunately many of these things that go on. I think quite a lot of them don't get reported. Personally, I've let quite a few go from inside and outside this chamber. One or two where it's related to misleading the public. I have made complaints, and I have one sitting with the local government ombudsperson at the moment, relating to, I think, a different county councillor's behaviour. So I'm personally appalled to hear of this online abuse and intimidation and harassment by a county councillor on one of our chamber members. In terms of the right course of action, I would urge the member to report the county councillor to the relevant monitoring officer for a full investigation, which would be, I believe, at the Surrey level. I know our own monitoring officer will want to ensure you get any support required for your well-being in navigating those processes and dealing with the abuse, as per the council's duty of care towards members. And lastly, I'm reminded, and I think we all should be reminded, of the recent wise words of Councillor Sione Barr of Derry and Strabane, who is the first ever black mayor in Northern Ireland, who said after a recent legal judgment, there is a clear line between free speech and criminal behaviour. If you cross it, there will be consequences. Those who use threats, harassment or hate speech to silence others will face the full weight of the law. Now, whilst we might not be talking about the full face of the law in terms of this particular case, there is due process there to be followed, and I would urge you to follow it. But I think her wise words are something for us all to ponder in public life.
Thank you, Councillor McNaughton. We've got Councillor Garrett and then Councillor Wheeler.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I echo the leader's comments. Whatever your affiliation is, you certainly shouldn't be getting that sort of abuse. Can the leader comment on the fact members of his own administration and wider group are sharing documents and details of working groups where the minutes haven't been approved and aren't even in the public domain? My understanding is that as per the Constitution concerning working groups, paragraph 29, proceedings to remain confidential. The proceedings of meetings of working groups will remain as confidential until have been made public with the authority of the council, the executive and the committee or subcommittee as appropriate. I know the administration wishes to be open and transparent, but I think in this instance we are breaking the Constitution. As already proven this evening, as councillors, we want to make sure we follow the Constitution. As the leader and many of the administration have already stated in this chamber, they have made it very clear they are committed to following due process. With that in mind, I would appreciate the leader's thoughts on the points I've highlighted.
Over to you.
Thank you, Mayor. I think, Councillor Garrett, in the interest of time, if you have a specific complaint you wish to make, you know where the person is you need to make it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wheeler?
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say that Councillor Garrett had said everything that I was going to say, but I think given the response from the leader, I will add that I'm really disappointed in that response when we've just talked about the fact that members outside the chamber and surely members inside the chamber should be behaving in a constitutional way. And I can assure you that if it was a member of my group that had shared confidential information, and it's not just one member of your group, I understand it's two separate members of the group, I would be speaking to them and I wouldn't give them the response to, I suppose it's like everything else that's happened this evening, isn't it? Let's kick it over somewhere else and take it to the monitoring officer.
Councillor MacDonald?
Thank you, Councillor Wheeler, and thank you, Mayor. I'm not sure it's for yourself or Councillor Garrett to take a view on these matters, hence, or even for myself. So hence, deferring it to the relevant independent person to make an assessment of the case. So I'm truly heartbroken that you don't feel you had an appropriate response, or I didn't give an appropriate response to Councillor Garrett. I think it's important that I don't act as judge and jury.
Any more questions, although these questions got mixed up with the councillors as well as leaders? so which was quite good. Thank you. Anybody else got any more questions? Okay, we shall move on to item number 14. I move that under section 100A, bracket 4, of the Local Government Act 1972, the public be excluded from the meeting for the consideration of the business set out, which there isn't anybody. I'm just making sure. In item 15, on the grounds that they have involved likely disclosure of the exempt information as defined in paragraph 1 and 3 of part 1 and schedule 12A of the Act. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to second that motion.
Members, do we agree? Thank you. Thank you for closing the door. I should have put that in there. Item 15. Members, you will see the final item of the report on the senior management restructure. As a member of CMT, Mrs. Keeping is affected by this report and would usually leave the room during the consideration or the Zoom. However, the final decision listed in the recommendation is a matter she has been leading on. We therefore propose that she remains in order to answer any questions. Is that okay? Thank you. If at any point you would like Mrs. Kippings to leave the room, you can discuss an aspect of the report. Please ask.